we can give each other that respect, that would be great.
Justice Chavez, everything is unmuted and the meeting is recording.
Not at all. I do too.
I do like a little coffee with my cream and sugar. Was that?
I think we're not quite ready for the meeting.
I'll pause it.
Governor Bio. Three whole lot.
Feel free to take off the next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brian Vayo, and I'm the governor of the Pueblo of Acoma. I bring you greetings from my tribal council and my community this afternoon. As you know, Pueblo of Acoma is located just west of here, where Karen-speaking Pueblo, and we are situated on a special place, Acoma, or Agu, as it's known, the place prepared. And we are descendants of our ancestors, of course, who settled in the sacred places of this vast landscape, including Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde. So we have an incredibly strong connection to this ancient land, and our worldview, our beliefs, our way of life, our civilizations, and our deities are all also a part of this landscape. This afternoon, I've been asked to provide an invocation. And so I want to begin by just explaining that I will offer this prayer in my language, an ancient language, to offer all of us guidance and to aid you all in your work, your important work on behalf of all of us. I'm on for these two things. Let's see who steht vor. Het wat is staan in Westen zien naar Taiwan. En het is ook iets wat als je naar komen staat en het is nog iets zo. Nee, dat is het zich voor daar. En met Frank is zo Frank van ons dat is. Wat het maar ook het is dat op systeem wat dan. Daar is het zich voor daar. Maar je is het voor hen aan het zaad komen. Westen zien als de andere zaad met passie doet. Šetai ajūku cīnā, pornak cīnā, cīca ečuša, steiti cīnā, ce ēnišķi. Emēt ajūku cīnā, stevā jāņīcī, stevā pēc viet, ētmā, ēn cīnā, cīnā, tumis kursi, tavā cāsī, jāni koina ben cīnā, prūkam, kursi, ārfa emēt, nešķietimis prūkā, pārkaimēt, jāvīks, tāpēciš. Tā, kur tā, tā, višā hopā, kur to višās, hopā. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that you will indulge me and allow me to some time to make some comments with regard to the intense work and effort that have gone into the maps recently submitted to the CRC by the All Council of Governors ad hoc, by the All Council of Governors ad hoc committee and the Native American redistricting work.
Most definitely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
May I call roll just to confirm for the record that we are all present? Thank you. Ryan Cangelosi.
Here.
Lisa Curtis.
Present.
Robert Radigan. Here. Joaquin Sanchez.
Present.
Michael Sanchez. I'm here. Christopher Salcedo.
Here.
All members are present. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this opportunity. I'm going to start by saying that the maps that were submitted can capture the wishes and preferences of the sovereign tribes, pueblos, and nations of our great state. And please know that we stand unified behind them. It has not been an easy process trying to reach a consensus among sovereign governments. However, I believe we have done just that. Some work is still underway. A few more changes are being made to some internal boundaries. But for the most part, the maps for the state's legislation and congressional districts are complete. They underscore our greatest desire and concern, and that is to protect the voting rights of all our tribal citizens. We also made sure the maps protected a number of existing majority Native American legislative districts, 6 in the House and 3 in the Senate. These districts are all within deviation and maintain a majority Native voting age population. We've also worked to build a stronger Native influence district on the Senate side as this Senate District 30. We listened to the preferences of tribal leaders and their wishes to remain in certain districts or to have them placed in multi-legislative districts for better representation. We were also extremely cognizant of the need to protect communities of interest, areas considered important, significant, and in some cases sacred to a group of pueblos. We wanted to make sure that the candidates we chose and placed in office were aware and responsive to our needs and concerns, which cut across a broad array of issues, from education to jobs, healthcare, economic development, and infrastructure, to name a few. But more than anything, we want them to recognize the unique standing of our cultures, our language, our homelands, and our sovereign governments. We also made sure that the congressional maps were shaped in such a way to provide tribes with broad but consistent representation in the halls of Congress, and to make certain that the federal government's trust responsibility to tribes remains intact. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, the maps not only capture the guiding principles that the ad hoc committee and the working group relied upon, but also reflect the highly valued concept of self-determination, a concept that is deeply embedded in the heart of tribal sovereignty. And finally, we made certain the rendition of maps submitted to the committee were crafted to align and comply with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. With that, Mr. Chairman, I strongly and respectfully urge the committee to consider the map renditions that the Pueblos and the Jicarilla Apache Nation produced and submitted by the All Pueblo Council of Governors and incorporate them in their entirety into your concept maps. Thank you very much, Chairman and members of the committee. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Governor. Casey, is President Herrera going to be joining us?
That's the list.
Yes, Chairman. Chairman Herrera is on Zoom right now. So you can direct your attention.
Sunny?
Could you say, Chairman? I'll him to panelist. If you have him on text, tell him. Oh, join.
On the way out.
Okay,
Mr.
Mr. Herrera,
Chairman,
you should
this
be able to
is,
speak now.
Okay. Can you hear me at this time?
We can't hear you, but you don't appear to be muted. You might check your computer audio. One second. Try again.
How about now?
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the Citizens Redistricting Committee, I bid you welcome again to the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center and appreciate this opportunity to, along with leadership that will be speaking today, to offer some comments also. First of all, let me begin with that as we heard from Governor Bayo, I just want to echo and support his initial comments. This has been an effort, as you know, that requires many parties to take the initiative to make sure they proceed and participate in this important process every 10 years. As Governor Bayo has expressed in his comments, that through our efforts at the All Pueblo Council of Governors, through our ad hoc committee, we've been very fortunate to have excellent capacity. And I underscore that by saying excellent capacity because many of these individuals know the process, know the law, particularly the Voting Rights Act, and what rules and guidance that provides, but also they understand the process that we're engaged in now in order to get maps and districts submitted, get them considered, and hopefully in a good way that will be beneficial to all constituents across the state, that we will come to agreement and compromise as to the best districts that can be approved in order, as Governor Bayo again has mentioned, to incorporate the preferences, to respect the voters that do register and vote in elections, that they will be considered and represented by those that are elected, but also that through this process, we as the 20 pueblos, we have Sleta del Sur in Texas, so they're not engaged in this process, but we consider them a valuable part of our organization. But the 19 that are in New Mexico, we are united. We are demonstrating solidarity. We have learned from the lessons in the past 10 years ago when we undertook this initiative again and began the work, provided our proposed maps and districts, and then we sought the outcomes through the legislature that were not totally to our benefit. We understand that, that's part of the process, but we also encourage that. Our efforts have really focused on using the Voting Rights Act as a guidance, using what has been developed by the state and the Citizens Redistricting Committee overall to guide this whole process. Very appreciative of all of your meetings and convening with the respective constituents throughout the state. This has been very necessary, has been very productive, and I believe it does show that the people of New Mexico, through their organizations, through their governments, through their leaders, working with you, are very much on the same track to help all of us, help you to get the best result that we can in, again, situating, approving the districts that we're seeking. Our work by our ad hoc committee has demonstrated to us in a very good way that we do have maps that have been provided, that have been published, that have been made available for your review and public viewing. I'm glad to hear from my committee, from my staff, that many of our proposals have received fair consideration and acceptance. That overall, what we're seeking is that many of the elements, many of the proposals that we have put forth are in line with the guidance that has been provided. I say that in a respectful way because we are in a position then to share the background, share our logic, again, based on data. We can stand by and justify what we proposed with also the respect and encouragement that we respectfully consider other jurisdictions, governments, communities within the state, that overall, we know that our maps are developed in a very good formal fashion, in a professional manner, that they can guide and help you in your work to guide this whole process. We hope that our maps will be the main maps that will be considered, and that other governments, other communities, other jurisdictions then could build on those. That is something that I am very hopeful for, because we have put a lot of work into this. I've had discussions with our staff and our committee and our leaders that we feel very fortunate. We feel very comfortable that we can validate. We've done our homework. we produced a professional product based on what you're seeking in order to help you in your work. We're always in a position to express and testify and validate the work that we've done. Our hope is that overall, our maps and the districts that we have identified and have proposed will be met with due consideration. But more importantly, that overall will be met with recommendation and approval. Again, I underscore that in a respectful way, saying that what we're assisting with overall, with all this effort as part of the state of New Mexico, is that we will see the legislature approve and provide the voters what they're seeking, provide the governments, and especially the tribes of New Mexico, pueblos of New Mexico, the districts that they're proposed and that they're seeking through this very hard work and a lot of effort that they continue to do. So I want to emphasize that, and I thank the committee for allowing me to make some comments. I know there's a lot of folks that wish to comment and wish to again express their voice, their advocacy. And that's what I've done at this time. I appreciate the opportunity. I will again listen very carefully, and if I am able to at some point add any additional, I'll do so. But I also have, I'm very proud to have with me my staff and also the ad hoc committee members for the All Public Council of Governors who are present and who are available to also speak. And that's what I encourage also. Mr. Chairman, committee members, at this time I'll yield to others. And I thank you for this opportunity. I wish you a productive and good meeting. Be safe, and our regards to all of you, families and communities. And thank you for all the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the All Pueblo Council of Governors, thank you. And thank you for your hard work. We know that it takes a lot of effort on your part to reach some consensus, and we appreciate that. Want to let the committee know that unless there's objection, my plan for this meeting is a little bit different than how we have proceeded in the past. I think what we will do is we will allow the Pueblos and the Jicarilla Apaches to present their maps. And we'll go Congress, get comments. We'll see if other members of the public here on Zoom want to talk about any of our concepts. If you want to have any discussion about that, you're welcome to do so. But I think it makes sense for us to try to learn from the Pueblos what maps you have that you would like to show, and tell us what the data is that you have that supports it. And so that's the way we will proceed unless there's objection. I also wanted to say a few things about where we're at, because this has not been a simple process. It almost seems as though there's a moving target. And the moving target happens to be the Bureau's Census Bureau. They released their data in the middle of August. Just yesterday, Research and Polling was able to send to Districtor the new precincts. Some precincts have been split. Some boundaries of precincts have changed as a result of the census. And that has gone to Districtor. The good news is Tufts University that runs Districtor in an email this morning indicated that they are working very hard to make the transition easy. Those maps that have been developed in the past, they believe they might be able to just transfer the data. All the old precincts will exist. The old maps will stay in the form that they were submitted, but if there are problem areas, they will send an email to the drafter of the map and alert them to make a few adjustments to the precincts. Research and polling is going to do that for the CRC concepts. And so we will have those posted just as soon as we can. But that has been a delay. The plan is for the committee to finish this second round of meetings today in Albuquerque. Tomorrow is our final meeting, and it will be in Farmington. And we will continue to get input about the concepts that we have moved forward. I also wanted to alert you that I've been told that there are some stipends that are being paid to some individuals to come testify and by some advocacy groups. I don't find that unusual myself because people need help. Travel expenses are reimbursed, taken care of. They maybe didn't go to work for that day, and so a minimal stipend is usually provided to them. But it's important to me, and I think Senator Sanchez may have said it best at the last meeting. It's a real opportunity for people to actually participate in our democracy. And when you come here and you testify before this committee, it's very meaningful and it's a valuable educational experience. That being said, we do want to be as transparent as possible. So I wanted the public to know that we are aware of that. We are aware that those stipends are usually paid for transportation expenses, etc. Transparency is a good thing, not only for this committee, but also for the public, because what we know is if you aren't transparent, the suspicious minds grow and grow and grow. So it's always much better to be transparent. So we would encourage you, if you received a stipend and you're going to testify and you want to let us know, we'd encourage you to let us know. But beyond that, our goal is to get as much public input as possible as we proceed to draw the best maps that we can. And with that said, I think we should go to congressional maps. Is everybody okay with that? We'll go to congressional maps, and I'm not sure who to call on to give us the maps on the screen so that we can look at them.
Justice Chavez, I think they had a speaker order in mind, not necessarily by the maps. Are you willing to that, sir, or what's the best way?
Can I just get a sense for the organization?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. We're prepared to give a presentation on the maps, and that will be the start off of the development of the maps, congressional, House, and Senate as well. And so after the maps are described and given some analysis by Mr. Keegan King, the Pueblo leadership, along with Hickory Apache, will also give some testimony until their preferences for each of the maps that have been presented. So there will be maps. We'll start off with the maps first.
Are you able to just go to Congress and let us have a conversation about Congress?
We can start that. Keegan's ready to present on Congress, and if we want to go order Senate and House afterwards, we can adjust as well.
Yeah, then let's just try to keep it focused. It's easier to summarize the testimony that way. And that will keep us focused.
Great.
That way, if we have questions, we can get them asked right away.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So tell Mr. Brian Sander off which map numbers they are. He can pull them up and share his screen there.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice, Committee. Good to see you all. Thank you for coming to Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. Hello, honored guests, tribal leaders. Thank you for coming out and joining us this afternoon. My name is Keegan King. I'm the co-chair of the APCC Districting Committee. Sorry. We're gonna go ahead and jump right in and talk a little bit about congressional, but before that, I just want to talk about the process. So for the past 5 months, tribal leaders and respective communities have taken up the challenge of creating representative legislative districts, districts that reflect the values of our tribal communities and that define indigenous communities of interest. These maps that have come from New Mexico's tribes, nations, and pueblos establish communities that have remained connected through time, through language, culture, lifestyle, education, economies, and through the land in which we all call home. The goal of this process has been to craft maps that are aligned with indigenous values, informed through community dialogue, and that will ensure strong representation over the next decade. Some of the principles that we used in crafting all of these maps, including the congressional here, are reasonable compactness, contiguity, and preservation of communities of interest. In this congressional rendition, you can see that the Northern Congressional District, Congressional District 3, one of the most notable features of this map is that it dips down into southeast New Mexico. And this was due in part because of the large shift in population in CD1. In order to pick up population in Congressional District 1, that district in our rendition is shifted to the southwest. So it now incorporates portions of Socorro County and Valencia County, east of the river. When you do that, you have to pick up population in the 3rd Congressional District to balance everything out. And so you can see that is why that district dips down into the southeast. Congressional District 2, which is in the yellow, is now a 54.4% Hispanic district. So if you look at the evaluation, you can see that Congressional District 2 is now a Hispanic majority district. That is one of the designs that we were working with. And the reason for that is that we're able to create a district that has a community of interest that is similar to our tribal communities. In CD2, we maintain the pueblos of Zuni, Acoma, Laguna, and Isleta in that district, as well as the Navajo communities of Alamo, Rama, and To'ajali. In this rendition, in the southeast quadrant, you will also see that one precinct of Mescalero Apache is split between the Northern Congressional District and the Southern Congressional District. And the reason for that is that Mescalero is one of the most remote tribes in the state. Mescalero Apache tribe is currently represented by the Southern Congressional District. And being so far out there, so far isolated, it's important that Mescalero has representation by multiple congressional offices. So that is what this map does. Again, it highlights that it's our majority Hispanic district. Mescalero Apache is split. And there are still a few other precincts that we are working on and trying to incorporate from other groups. But this is what we've created. And on the western boundary, you'll also see between Congressional District 3 and 2, that boundary remains the same. In southwest Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, a large section of southwestern South Valley is now in Congressional District 2. And again, this is all in order so that we can balance the populations that have changed significantly in the past 10 years. So that's our congressional rendition.
Questions from the committee?
I just need the number of the map, please. That's it.
4817, 4817.
I did, thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, I'll ask Mr. King a question. In terms of when you all visited with Isleta, can you tell me the rationale for including Isleta in CD2 as opposed to CD1
or CD3?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We did visit, spent a lot of time with Sao Pueblo, with Lieutenant Governor Sanchez, I believe he might be here. And there was a reason for keeping Isleta in CD2, a very similar reason for Acoma, Laguna, and Zuni. And that is that by keeping some pueblos in the Southern Congressional District and some in the Northern Congressional District, it doesn't pack in all of that voting power, that political power into one single district. So it distributes it. And so that is what we've heard from Isleta Pueblo, is maintaining that representation in the South.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. King, was that just visiting with the governor or the lieutenant governor, or was that visiting with the council members as well?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Sanchez, we have had multiple meetings with Isleta Pueblo leadership, including Lieutenant Governor Sanchez and the council, head councilwoman. So there have been several discussions with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee?
Please turn on your mic.
Thought I did, there we go, okay. I assume these maps do not reflect the new precinct changes, or do they?
These do not yet. We've been hoping to get those updated soon.
I figured I just wanted.
Yeah, thanks.
Other questions from the committee? Mr. King, I have some questions. Have you looked at the concepts that we can move forward?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Have you looked at concept E?
Yes, sir. It looks similar.
Yeah, they're very similar, right?
Yes, sir.
If we were to use concept, can you put concept E up? Seemed to be that if concept E moved it up on the northwest side to capture Zuni, Acoma, and then brought it down to the left and split Mescalero, then it would be very similar.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, concept E looks very similar. Where it differs is that western boundary, as you noted. So maintaining the wishes of the western pueblos would be moving that up to the Cibola County line. And then it looks like Sandia Pueblo may have moved in this rendition. Yes, Sandia Pueblo has voiced their request to remain in Congressional District 1, and so would need to be moved into Congressional District 1. And then, yes, Mescalero Apache in the southeast potentially could be split as it is in our rendition. It is right there. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible for staff to put it side by side, the two maps?
So, Mr. Chair, I think those would be the main changes: the western boundary, Sandia Pueblo, Mescalero, and then I believe in this concept that Isleta Pueblo is in the 2nd Congressional District.
As I understood what you said, you just took the unincorporated parts of the South Valley?
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Chair, a colleague of mine just reminded me that another map looks very similar and does dip down in the southeast like this. It's concept H. This is a newly adopted CCP map.
Yeah, that's really doesn't dip down the way these two maps do. But let me ask you about A and B. Those are status quo maps.
Yes, Mr. Yeah.
And those allow Zuni and Acoma, as I recall, to be a part of Congressional District 2 as well.
Yes, sir. They both do. What it does change is that it doesn't have Zuni split between Congressional District 2 and 3, and that has been an express way showed the public.
Is that the 3 precincts to the northwest of Congressional District 2 that are lacking?
I believe it's 3 precincts. I'm having a hard time seeing it on the screen. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I can clarify. So in the map on the right, it's concept A, and the line in black are the current congressional districts. So this is Zuni that's highlighted. And so 1, 2, 3, 4 precincts are in currently Congressional District 2, and this one northeastern precinct of Zuni is in Congressional District 3. It's in concept A.
So if we went status quo, you're looking at about little over 5,000 people, right? Can we make that split even bigger?
Mr. Chair, those precincts that are highlighted are about 6,000.
Would you look at concept A and see if you can move those around and then get population elsewhere?
Yes.
Anything else on congressional maps, Mr. King?
Mr. Chair, no, just that the western boundary has been what the Western Pueblos have pointed out where they'd like that boundary to be and maintain with Zuni, Acoma, Laguna, Isleta. And yes, that the status quo maps, they may be a final recommendation, but the Pueblo map also does ensure that all of the tribes' concerns are addressed, and also Mescalero Apache remains split.
Right, we have the responsibility of submitting a minimum of 3 maps, so just trying to accommodate your concerns. Are you, did you want anybody else to testify about these maps? Not I can call on public.
Austin.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. I wanted to bring up additionally, as far as Isleta being involved in our maps, it is consistent with keeping like a Western tribal allyship and those historical connections intact. And it's to make sure that there is an isolated tribal votership in individual communities where they haven't expressly made those wishes to be on their own. And it keeps together a community of interest, which is also consistent with their legislative bodies in both the House and Senate to keep those communities of interest together and to maintain those historical allyships.
Thank you.
Next, we have former governor and current councilman Peter Garcia from Oklahoma. Sir. So the hour in the holder. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Garcia Jr. from Okiawinge, former governor and council member. I send my apologies from our governor, who is Patrick Owino. He could not make it, so I'm representing Okiawinge. And I thank you for this opportunity, and also thank you for the tribal leaders and the audience that we have here today. This is a very important matter for us. The past 10 years for Okiawinge, we were put in District 41. And it has been a pretty hardship case because in District 41, our community areas, and also we were in the 41 was also part of Clayton, Maxwell, Las Vegas. And so we live a different type of life, and it was harder for Okiawinge. Before that, we were also part of 40, and somehow they changed it, well, with the population that has changed 10 years ago. And now what we have is we submitted a letter to the Honorable Edward L. Chavez, the chair, and committee members. And so on behalf of Okiawinge, we write to submit the following state redistricting maps. This one is the one that we had submitted, but I find that we worked on this, our meeting and council from Okiawinge. For some reason, seems like there's part of Lower Alcalde, which is in part of our land grant, and El Llano, Lower Ranchitos, part of Española. Part of Española is in our land grant also. So I'm not too sure if this map is showing those areas because they're part of our community areas. And so what we're wanting to do is that these maps are true. And I talked to ad hoc committee, and I explained the same thing, and they assured me that they would look into it to make sure that it's what we had submitted. But one of the things is that throughout this Self-Determination Act and what was put into place for New Mexico and the tribes, what we want to do is three things. Move Okiawinge from House District 40 to District 41. So that's one. Two, maintain Okiawinge in the Senate District 5. Number three, maintain Okiawinge in the Congressional District 3. So those are our requests. And I think that we need to work on this map, talk to them about it, and they said that they would work on it and resubmit the map that we wanted. But so those are some of the things, and Santa Clara and Okiawinge will fall under District 41. And we've had a conversation and we had a meeting with the governor of Santa Clara, Michael Chavarria, and we both agree on the situation at hand. So we submitted a letter to you, and Santa Clara submitted a letter also of the same thing. And we also submitted a letter to the APCG so that they include us in the resolution when they submit it to the committees. And those are the important things for Okiawinge. And we want to thank you for giving us this opportunity. And 10 years ago, we didn't have this opportunity. So we filed a lawsuit then, but somehow we still ended up in District 40. So I don't know if you have any questions. Brian or Michael, can you pull up house concept D? Just so we can get a better look at the map. You understand the lower alcalde issue? This is not in Pueblo's maps. This is one that we provided, but
I believe that's what they were telling me. So the one that we worked on shows that lower alcalde and upper alcalde are in there.
I believe, okay, we can get at least a part of it is in 41. Is that correct, Michael? I don't know if it all is in there and if you can point out lower alcalde to us. You might show the Pueblo boundaries.
Right, Mr. Chair, on the screen, we have the concept as requested in the square in the middle of the screen is the OK or gay boundary. And looks like it is split between, in this particular plan, between 41 and 40.
How much population are we talking about if we put it all in 41? Oh, I mean, yeah, 41.
So when working at the precinct level, in order to put the precincts that do go into the OK Pueblo, you're looking at 1,500 plus 1,100, 2,600 minimum. And most of the population in these two precincts these precincts are probably less than 10% Native American each.
Do you object to being in both 40 and 41, Mr. Garcia? Do you object to being in both 40 and 41, having two representatives?
We prefer to be in 41.
All in 41? Just put a note that we should look at that.
In the testimony from Governor Albino from that they submitted to the CRC, Pueblo has opted for 6 precincts being moved from House District 40 to House District 41. So there's a letter to the CRC.
Forward that to you, that we have in front of you. Is it on district right now?
I'll look for that. Any more questions for Mr. Garcia? Can we get back to congressional? If anybody wants to talk about congressional maps.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Councilmember Tafoya from the Hickory Apache Nation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board, fellow indigenous, fellow leaders, tribal and nations. First off, before I start, my apologies from President Velarde, Mr. Edward Velarde. He had a doctor's appointment. So I was kind of delegated to come and read the statement. Welcome. Thank you. Honorable Edward Chavez, the Hickory Apache Nation is currently located in State House Districts 65, 43, and 41, State Senate District 22 and 5, and Congressional District 3. On September 1st, 2021, the Hickory Apache Nation leadership met and approved the maps that were submitted to the Citizens Redistricting Committee on September 3rd, 2021. The maps submitted by the Hickory Apache Nation were done based on the following principles for redistricting. Number one, tribal self-determination. The nation has reviewed the maps and met with our local elected officials to determine what is in the best interest of our nation. In reviewing the Senate maps, Senate District 22, Senate District 5, we feel that it is in the nation's best interest to incorporate a portion of our tribal lands and the village of Chama into State District 22. This will allow the nation to be represented by 2 Senate districts and would be in the best interest of our communities. Number 2, the Hickory Apache Nation worked closely with the Native American Working Group, and the Hickory stands in solidarity with the All Pueblo Councils of Governors as our state redistricting maps are aligned with the redistricting principles identified in our letter dated September 1st, 2021. Number 3, communities of interest. In reviewing the Senate, House, and congressional districts, we also took into account the relationships with other tribes and local governments in the area that we work closely with the nation on economic, education, and health-related incentives. We are connected through our families, economies, and cultural beliefs. We work collaboratively with our neighboring Pueblos, Hispanic, and Anglo populations in meeting the needs for our communities. 4, the census 2020. Another factor that we took into account was the undercount that happened in the Hickory Apache and surrounding communities during the 2020 census. Due to the challenges of the COVID-19 strict deadlines and inability for counters to go door to door will greatly impact the funding that is relayed to our communities. That is another reason why we believe that maintaining a multi-district approach is the best interest for the nation. Thank you, and we respectfully request that you adopt the map submitted by the Hickory Apache Nation and the APCG in the spirit of self-determination for our communities. Thank you. Sincerely, Edward Berlardi, President of the Hickory Apache Nation.
Thank you. Any committee questions? Thank you.
And in closing, I just want to thank the All Pueblos governors for supporting us in this. We all have to work together in order to help our communities as well as our surrounding communities. Thank you. You go.
Next, we have Councilman Arden Kukate, please.
We almost have to say something name, Arden. Good afternoon, Honorable Edward Chavez and members of the District Committee. It's good to see all of you again. And first and foremost, Governor Pantia from Pueblo Zuni sends his warm regards. He wasn't able to attend this meeting. He has some other commitments to engage with. So we're all here on his behalf. Councilman Arlen Mitauki and Councilman Ricky Peguillo from Zuni Pueblo. And likewise, I also want to thank each and every one of you for all the tedious hours and hours of meetings and going through all the deliberations and review and what you have to all go through this significant undertaking that there's equality into the whole outcome of what we're all here before and trying to make sure that the representation for each Pueblo community is there. And so I really appreciate every one of you's time throughout this whole process. So just kind of wanted to sort of
reflect back on Governor Pantia's letter that was dated September 14, 2021. And we're basically, here to continue to support that in terms of the deliberations that we all had and coming to a consensus on what it is that we wanted to make sure that was a part of our effort for the record. And we're basically here to support the letter that was sent to you folks on that date. And likewise, I can hear the echoes from other tribal leadership about the continued effort of support and unity to make sure that all the governor councils and the other level leadership have a pretty good understanding on why it's so important that we continue to recognize our ancient alliances, which continues to this day as we continue to participate through this significant undertaking and support, that we need to all stay together through this whole process, and most importantly, through the guidance of the All Pueblo Council of Governors and the ad hoc committee and the other the Native American Voter Alliance work folks as well. Because as indicated, this is something that wasn't quite as maybe transparent or fully understood 10 years ago, and in the mainstream of today, this is really something very important in terms of making sure that as tribal leaders, we make the best determination for the generations of today and for the future to understand that, we need to stay together in making sure that we all push for, our sovereign right of respect for our sacred sites, educational reform, natural resources, our waterways, and most importantly, our healthy lifestyle. So, on that note, we want to just make sure that we reaffirm that through the letter that was sent from Honorable Governor Pantia. And we want to, again, thank each and every one of you for allowing us the time. Thank you very much.
Questions?
Thank you.
I'll take off my mask to close confusion. Next, we have Councilmember Arvin Patel.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Chavez and the rest of the committee. It's Arlen Quital Senior. Councilman Arden. I appreciate the time that's been given to me to express our concerns and our support for all the work and effort that was made on the redistricting here. As a former governor for the Pueblo of Zuni during the redistricting 10 years ago, I was part of it. During the redistricting, that time and effort was made. And unfortunately, we had to go to court to express our issues and concerns, our support of how we came up with those redistricting and how we benefit the Zuni tribe. And again, here we're here. Again, having to testify and give support to what has happened so far with all those committees that have work together diligently to come up with what is now being presented to the community. And so that we're here to support what all the time and effort has been put into place, especially before, even when we were contacted by the ad hoc committee and those that have been working real closely with the redistricting. The Zuni tribe had already decided what we wanted. So as mentioned earlier, it's our right to ask what we want. And when the issue of redistricting came to Zuni, they already heard what we wanted. And so that based on that, we started to work and making sure that the districts that we requested is what we were going to get. And we're very fortunate that, as mentioned by Casey Keegan, and as Governor Bayo from Acoma had put it equivalent to, is that the tribes of Zuni, the Pueblos of Zuni, Acoma, Laguna, and Isleta all have vested interests in what we want. And especially for Acoma, Laguna, and Zuni, we have the Salt Lake that is in District 30. We all have to work together to protect our salt mother, the deity out there, so that at some point in time that we do have that representation from the Senate side or even from the House side, that we have those individuals that know what we want and can be able to advocate for us, for their constituents, to protect those. Zuni had requested to still have the congressional district to be on congressional district 3 and 2, based on the fact that, again, on District 2, we have the Zuni Salt Lake. That's very important to the Zuni tribe. In District 3 is that we have the Mount Taylor area, the Chaco Canyon. We have our Fort Wingate lands that we have, but that's just specifically in New Mexico. We still have lands further in Arizona, Utah, Colorado, that we identify as Aboriginal Pueblo lands, that we still ask blessings from. And as you all see, is that there's still archaeological sites that are in those areas. Those are Pueblonians archaeological sites. So it shows where we've been. But as I stated earlier, is that Zuni Tribal Council sat down and already decided what we wanted, way before even when we were approached, what we wanted to do and what we requested. And we're very fortunate that they honored our request. And I think that's the way we're moving forward. Only one change that we really wanted was also too in the House side, is that on the House side, we had District 6, which our code represented us. And so we looked at District 9, I do believe it was District 9, Lundstrom, who we have very close ties to Gallup. So that we, within the council, talk to each other as to see if the possibility of having District 6 come further down to Zuni, so that we also would have representation in that area too. So we're very fortunate. Here within Zuni, we talk about who needs to be in those districts. It's either going to be a Democrat or Republican. We don't care. As long as that individual has an understanding of our needs and to be able to work with their constituents and be able to accomplish a lot of those things, we need to move forward. So I think that's why it's very important, not only in our tradition, cultural language, that we need to move forward. Chairman Chavez, you talked, I was listening, you talked about the census. It's very unfortunate that when they did the census count, it was during the pandemic. And unfortunately, when we were told about the total number of enrolled Zuni tribal members, that was a little over 7,000, and that's not true. Because of the fact that within our tribal organization, the Tribal Council, we approve enrollment sheet. We have over 12,000 enrolled tribal members. So the disparity on the census is not correct. And if you start looking at some of those numbers, it's going to be not going to be correct. So, but again, I'm here today representing the Zuni tribe to support what has already been done by the ad hoc committee on the redistricting. And the letter was sent from Governor Pentia to Honorable Chairman Chavez regarding to our issues and where we want to be on the congressional, as I mentioned, District 2 and 3. On the House side, we want to be included also on District 9, House District 9 and on 6. And on the Senate District, we have currently on 4 and 30, and that's what we want. And so I think based again on the information that we've been provided, how we've been working for the last 10 years, and this is something as we move forward, we're going to have to deal with for the next 10 years. And we were looking forward so that if we're lucky to come back in our administration, the future administrations are be able to work with these individuals within this district to advocate much more better for our communities that we represent, our people that we represent. So I do believe that this is in the best interest of Zuni, that we stay within these districts and that we are here to support APCG for making that move to support the current redistricting that was provided to all of you, and to thank each and every one of those individuals that worked diligently to get to this level where we're at right now, that hopefully that you will support what we present to you. Thank you.
Question? Thank you.
Next, we have the Director of Intergovernmental and Public Relations from the Pueblo of Santa Clara, Virginia Salazar Half Moon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Chavez and members of the CRC. I'd also like to acknowledge all the tribal leaders present and the information being shared with you today. On behalf of the Pueblo of Santa Clara, I am Virginia Salazar Half Moon. Governor Michael Chavarria sends his regards but will not be able to attend. The Pueblo expresses gratitude for providing the time for tribal leaders to be heard on this important issue of the state that will impact our lives and those of our children for 10 years. The Pueblo met with the Tribal Council and worked with the APCG and ad hoc committee, and Santa Clara, through our Tribal Council resolution, provided a letter of support along with the House, Senate, and Congressional District maps to the CRC on September 8th. The maps were developed using Voting Rights Act, redistricting principles, and the doctrine of self-determination. Specifically, the House map that Santa Clara supported was developed in cooperation with our neighboring Pueblo, Okeowinga, and communication that we came to agreement and consensus is at the best interest of the heart of our communities. This includes various locations of cultural properties and significant places of our heritage. The other important area of concern is maintaining and improving the voting strength of our members so that we may continue to elect legislative candidates who consider our community needs and issues. In conclusion, we look forward to our efforts at redistricting being acknowledged and supported by the committee with a final tribal map submitted to the New Mexico legislatures to make positive decisions for our communities and our resources in the future. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chapter Vice President Mario Atencio from the Navajo Nation Torreon Chapter.
Crowd.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and members of the Commission.
Isaac Hayes, Vice President Conchlet. My name is Mario Atencio, the Vice President for Torreon Star Lake Chapter. Honored to be able to address this August Commission. In the past, Torreon Star Lake led an initiative to sue the state for single-member voting districts with the Cuban Independent School District. And since then, we've had federal voting observers at our polling place. And so it behooves our chapter to really take a position to recognize the maps being forwarded by the Nations Human Rights Commission, as they put a lot of due diligence into reviewing and making sure our communities, our chapter communities have the best ability to be heard and represented by all their representatives, not tribal, but local, state, and national. And so with that, I thank you for this time, and just know that those maps will be forthcoming. And do thank you for giving up your time, for taking time on being as commissioner and really taking into consideration all of the materials we put forth before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Justice, are we on Senate maps yet, or?
Let me see if there's any members of the public who would like to comment on any of the congressional maps.
Justice Chavez, we have 3 hands up on Zoom. Charles Bennett was first, but he has put his hand down. Now we have Maureen Scourin and John Block. So I'm going to let Maureen Scourin talk first.
Okay, and if they want a particular CRC concept from Congress, tell them to let us know.
Scourin, you're unmuted. You're welcome to talk. And if you have a specific map, please let us know. She's muted herself, by the way. She has lowered her hand and muted herself, so I think she's good. John Block is next. Mr. Block, same thing. I've allowed you to speak. If there's a specific map you want, please let us know.
Great. Can you hear me?
One moment. Let me raise the volume. All right. Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Block. I'm a native New Mexican, and I live in Alamogordo. I have testified in front of this committee before at previous meetings, and I have either tuned in, attended in person, or watched virtually all the New Mexico redistricting committee hearings and heard what the people of our state have had to say. And I want to thank the committee for hearing what I and other folks in my area have mentioned regarding the state house districts that encompass Alamogordo, Cloudcroft, Mayhill, Pinon, and surrounding areas in District 51. Maps B and the Megan Richardson map in Districtor encompass what we would see as favorable to my community of interest and our needs, as well as concept A, C, and D, which are also favorable. As for congressional district maps and state legislative maps proposed by an out-of-state group called the Center for Civic Policy, which has a lot of funding from out of state. It does operate in the state, however. I detect a strong partisan gerrymander in all of their maps, which they have proposed, which would radically change the boundaries of congressional districts. And so I agree with what members Lisa Curtis and Robert Radigan had to say at the August 2nd, 2021 meeting of the CRC, that radical changes should not happen unless there is overwhelming support for such changes. So board member Curtis said, it seems like a radical change to any of the districts, since we're not an elected body, the public would have to say that we want a radical change. Member Curtis said that there would have to be an overwhelming support for a radical change from the current districts, and we are imposing something on people if we're doing radical change without the public jumping up and saying this is what they want. Board member Radigan added, unless there's overwhelming public consensus to change the general composition of our 3 congressional districts. I'm inclined to draw districts that we have 1 representative in Albuquerque, and we have 1 southern district and 1 northern district. Congressional map concepts A, B, or G appear to not radically change the congressional district boundaries, nor achieve a partisan gerrymander. The Center for Civic Policies, or CCP's map concept H, takes into account no apparent communities of interest, especially those in rural New Mexico. The group's maps achieve an extreme partisan gerrymander, with its congressional plan lumping Espanola, Farmington, Santa Fe, and other northern communities with communities like Hobbs that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away, all the way down in Lee County in the 3rd district. It then lumps in Albuquerque into a district with vastly different communities, such as Roswell and Ruidoso with Albuquerque. Then in the 2nd district, it segregates the South Valley of Albuquerque from Albuquerque, as it has added it to the southern district. So the center's map would potentially create a situation where all 3 congressional representatives reside in the Albuquerque metro area, robbing representation from the rest of our state, full of many different cultures, traditions, lived experiences, and most importantly, communities of interest. So I asked the committee to take into account that these radical, politically charged changes proposed by the CCP, or the Center for Civic Policies maps, they actually do the opposite of what this committee was chartered to do, which is give redistricting power to the citizens and not achieve a political means via harsh partisan gerrymandering. The state's population has changed only 2% in the last decade. This fact, along with the lack of overwhelming public approval for radical changes, does not meet the standards set by members Curtis and Radigan, nor the mission of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanc. Anybody else studying on Zoom want to discuss the congressional map? Does anybody need us to display the congressional maps?
If there is on Zoom, please indicate by raising your hand. If you're on the phone, you can press *9.
And then there's also a member of the public, Sheridan Law, who wants to talk about congressional maps.
Great.
Mr. Law.
There's nobody else on Zoom. There's nobody else on Zoom at the moment.
If you would like us to pull up a concept, just let us know. Okay?
By chance, do you have the old congressional map handy? Even if it's just an image? The current, correct. The map that was used in the 2020 cycle.
You can display the boundaries.
That'd be fantastic.
Just pull up.
Thank you, Lisa, members of the committee, and thank you, legislative members that got this committee made. I actually concur a lot with what was said previously by that member on Zoom, with the exception of one thing. I am a member of the public that wants to see significant change that actually maps how our communities have changed and addresses the communities that have been left behind by the federal government, as I'm sure you've heard at length. Primarily when I came back, or before here, I was discussing, now I understand, a economic community of interest with Albuquerque out to Edgewood, Torrance County, and then some of Santa Fe County, for instance, like Edgewood is cut by multiple counties. But I'm sure we consider Edgewood economically connected to the city. And I think that would aid in your design on District 1. And that's where I very much agree with the previous member of the public that brought that up, about radical change. A north-south Albuquerque economically interested district is probably like a broad concept that may be helpful. For example, like how it's shifted and then pretty much flat across the rest of the state. There could be some more, and then it just drops off to the side. more adjustment around communities of interest on the broad CD 2 and 3. And Albuquerque could tighten up around on economic interest. But that is my suggestion for Congressional District 1, following what I mentioned before in the map that I submitted previously. Thank you guys again so much for hosting this public comment. And I really look forward to the next decade when we get much more accurate numbers and we have a much more engaged public comment on our districts.
Thank you. No questions.
Next, we have Alicia Hernandez Sanchez. I thought you wanted to come. Okay, thank you. And next we have Mr. Jerry Shallows, or Shallow. Sorry.
And great to see you all again. I think I'm bookending this thing, the first one to the last one. So, right, yeah, one more. So thank you all so much. On the congressional maps, Rio Rancho and Sandoval County still wish that map A be recognized as of all the maps that are out there, the best map that keeps Rio Rancho together. But I've actually listened to almost every one of your committee meetings throughout the state. I've heard all kinds of different ideas and thoughts. I want to propose one that might be a map that might be answer a lot of the questions and issues. I have noticed that if you guys have gone around, there's been a lot of maps added. So map 60359. This is a congressional map that what it does is it makes District 2 a Hispanic majority district. We heard that in southern New Mexico, that that's something they wanted. We heard yesterday in Roswell that they wanted to stay together on the eastern part of the state because they're farming and ranching. This answers that. We hear that Sleta, Sandia, and the East Mountains want to stay in District 1 with Albuquerque. This answers that. And then on District 3, keeps Rio Rancho and Sandoval County together. But what it also does is it creates a strong powerhouse Native American district that is over 20% Native American. So it does a lot of the different things that we've kind of heard. And I think the variance is near 0. So with that, thank you.
Would you repeat the number? I have 60359.
Yes, sir.
You able to find it?
That's what it popped up as. There it is. Oh, that's not it. 60359. So it's a map that's very similar to another one that was drawn. I think it was G. But this actually kind of answers from all the areas that you've been in that I've heard from those meetings. It kind of answers those questions and concerns of different constituents throughout the state. Thank you.
That's it for congressional, unless there's anybody else online.
Nope. Okay, any comments on congressional maps?
Mr. Chair, I do have I don't know if Mr. King is still in the room. I just want to make a comment on the congressional map you proposed, that ABCG proposed, and just by virtue of the ABCG consensus, it carries tremendous weight with me, and I'm sure many members of the committee. So I just urge you, if you revisit the map to address the precinct boundary changes, to try to get the population deviation that's currently 0.19 as tight as possible. We're pretty bound, and the legislature will be pretty bound by federal law about keeping that as close as practical as we can to a zero population deviation. So if there's anything we can do to tighten that up, I think it would go well.
Thank you, Mr. Edgar. We've also seen that on Chair Chavez, your comments on.
We have one person on Zoom as well.
I got one more person in the room.
Kenneth Tiller on Zoom.
We have Kenneth Tiller on Zoom, sir. Sunny's going to unmute you and you can go ahead and address the chair of the committee.
All righty. Kenneth Tiller, your talk.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Chavez, members of the Citizens District Committee. My name is Kenneth Tiller and I'm the first Lieutenant Governor for the Pueblo of Laguna. And Governor Kawimi sends his regards to everyone and apologizes for his inability to be here. He had a very important engagement this afternoon at the Pueblo. So he asked me if I would do this, and I'm here to present the issues for the Pueblo on the districting maps. Today, the Pueblo of Laguna is here to testify on support of the maps submitted by the Pueblo Council of Governors Redistricting Committee and the Native American Redistricting Work Group. These maps reflect the preference of the Pueblo of Laguna for our people and lands within the State House, Senate, and congressional districts. For many months, the Pueblo of Laguna has assessed the maps and principles used to guide the creation of these voting districts. We confirm that these maps reflect our best interest and provide our Pueblo with the opportunity to elect the candidate of our choice. The Pueblo of Laguna is concerned with the 6 precincts that contain each of our villages and the precincts that contain the Pueblo of Laguna lands. Together, our people lands precinct encompass Cibola County, Bernalillo County, Sandoval, and Valencia counties. Additionally, we are concerned with our ancestral lands, not within the reservation boundaries, but are still just as significant to our people. These lands, sacred lands, continue to be part of our concept of home, and we aim to maintain the connection to these places through the redistricting process. The Pueblo of Laguna continues to make gains in assessing the political process despite the challenging history that has denied our people the right to vote. During the last redistricting cycle, Cibola County was still under a consent decree with the Department of Justice for the county's hardships on the people's ability to vote. Turning our attention to the house maps, the Pueblo of Laguna seeks to remain in District 69 in accordance with the maps submitted by the Pueblo of Laguna and the All Pueblo Council of Governors Redistricting Committee. House District 69 is currently protected Native American majority district, and we seek to maintain the status of House 69 as the Native American majority district. Our map reflects the Pueblo of Laguna desire to remain in a district containing Mount Taylor, our sacred mountain, that we have great connection to and continue to protect as stewards with our sister pueblos and tribes. Our house maps maintain our communities of interest with Acoma Pueblo, Isleta Pueblo, and the Navajo Nation, for which we share common interest, history, and reverence for our lands. Our house map also includes Chaco Canyon within House District 69, which we view as essential for protecting the greater Chaco area. Our vision for House District 69 is to capitalize on the opportunity to elect candidates of our choice that reflect many people's collective views and shared experiences. As we move to Senate maps, the Pueblo of Laguna desires to remain in Senate District 30, as reflected in our maps. As an influenced district, we have come close within the last decade of not only electing candidates of our choice, but electing a Pueblo of Laguna state senator. In 2012, Maxine Velasquez, a Pueblo of Laguna citizen, came within 9 votes of securing the district primary. Our Laguna Pueblo people vote as a block, and we support candidates that reflect our values and reverence for the protection of our lands. In addition to the Senate District 3 and 22, our goal is that we can elect Native American Senate District 30. Excuse me. That was our goal in 2011, and that is our goal today. The inclusion of Isleta Pueblo into Senate District 30 will bring us closer to that goal. For many months, we have met with our sister Pueblos of Zuni, Acoma, and Isleta to discuss the potential of Senate District 30 to elect a candidate of our choice, and we have done that with our maps. Moving to the congressional maps, the Pueblo of Laguna seeks to remain in Congressional District 2. We understand that the collective voting power of the Pueblo and tribal nations within Congressional District 2 provide us an opportunity to influence the outcome of the election. The 2018 congressional election demonstrates that a competitive election emphasizes the importance of the Native American voting bloc. This outcome increases the responsiveness of congressional candidates and evaluates Native American issues as priorities that can result in effective policies for our people. In conclusion, the Pueblo of Laguna emphasizes the importance of self-determination in this redistricting process. Our engagement in this process brings forward maps that provide remedies to the long history of Native American voting discrimination. We urge you to adopt our maps as they reflect our sovereign decisions and provide us with the opportunity to elect candidates of our choice and have access to the political process. We thank the Citizens Redistricting Committee for the work that you have done in listening to the people of New Mexico. It is my hope that the voice of my people are carried throughout their entire redistricting process. This is a duty I entrust upon the Citizens Redistricting Committee. The Pueblo of Laguna thanks you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, and may you be blessed in your travels and your understanding of our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for congressional?
We have 5 more congressional.
Okay.
And we have Ms. Emma Ward.
If you would like us to pull up a concept, just let us know.
Concept map G is, I'm voicing support for concept map G for the congressional districts. And first I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. So concept map G has excellent population balance. It offers an urban district, which is sort of a combination of Rio Rancho and Albuquerque. It offers a rural district. That's not right. Is it right? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, it was just blown up and I couldn't tell what the borders were. Okay, thanks. And it offers sort of, you could think of it as a historical communities district in District 3. It concentrates power, if we want to use that word, which is fine, I guess. Like Native communities. And I've heard complaints sometimes about in District 2, how geographically widespread it is. But maybe it helps to let the public know that the issue is population density. And to get the people in these rural areas, you have to have really, really widespread areas. But I also kind of like it because it may be more responsive. District 2 like that over time is if we may have to wait you wait every 10 years before you look at a chance to redraw the districts. But there may be greater population shifts within that time period. And while this is a rural area, if there continues, knock on wood, that I hope it doesn't happen, but if there's still a loss of rural population over time as they concentrate in more urban areas, I think Matt, the Congressional District 2 is sort of automatically responsive because of the population centers in Doñana County. And where's that? Is that Chavez County? Yeah. And the Hobbs, the Lee County, that area, there are little concentration areas where, those will still be all in that and retain sort of a historic core. So I'm just voicing my support for the concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I missed your name. I apologize.
Ms. Ward.
Next up, we have Ms. Rosalinda Dorado. And then on deck, we have Fabiola. Oops. Fabiola Landeros is after Rosalinda Dorado. Hello, my name is Rosalinda Dorado. I'm with el Centro de Igualdad y Derechos, and I just want to give a moment to thank the redistricting committee, the redistricting Native American community for having us here and giving us this space. I'm here in favor of concept H, map H, and to acknowledge and support the tribal leader and community members and their community members in their demand and cross-racial solidarity following the leadership of the Native Redistricting Coalition. Our maps right now do not represent our communities. And for decades, our communities have not been a priority. I want to uplift the work that the Native Redistricting Committee and partners have done to maintain districts with majority Native American voters in 60% to 65% range. This would provide our opportunity of Native Americans to elect candidates of their choosing, whether the candidate be a Native American or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Fabiola Landeros. Buenas tardes, good evening, everybody. My name is Fabiola Landeros. I'm an organizer with el Centro de Igualdad y Derechos. I want to say thank you to the Redistricting Coalition for opening the space and having us here. I'm here in favor of the concept of map H and to acknowledge and support tribal leadership and community members in their demands as a cross-racial solidarity following the leadership of the Native Redistricting Coalition. Our communities can go another decade of underrepresentation and misrepresentation. Our communities deserve proper representation and someone who shares clear values. I hope the hard work of the Native Redistricting Coalition are partnered in our efforts to elevate the voices of minorities in the state are reflected and uplifted when maps are being designed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Alma Mendoza, and then on deck, Ms. Mirna Lascano. Alma. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Alma Mendoza.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Alma Mendoza.
Y soy miembro del Centro de Igualdad y Derechos. Quiero agradecer a la Coalición Latinoamericana por el espacio.
I'm a member of the Centro de Igualdad y Derechos, the Center for Equality and Rights. I would like to thank the Native American Coalition for the case. Oh, sorry.
Estoy aquí en favor del concepto del mapa H del Congreso. Mapa de los pueblos, el mapa de la gente y para apoyar a las comunidades indígenas.
I am here today to speak in favor of concept of map H for Congress, the map of the pueblos, the map of the people, and to support the indigenous community.
Por muchas décadas, las comunidades de color han sido borradas de los mapas. Nosotros estamos aquí para mostrar unidad, diversidad y nuestro poder.
For many decades, communities of color have been erased from the maps. We're here today to show unity, diversity, and our power.
Nosotros respaldamos a los votantes nativoamericanos de Nuevo México para mantener y aumentar su capacidad para elegir a los candidatos que representen sus valores.
We support the Native American voters of New Mexico in maintaining and increasing their capacity to elect candidates that represent their values.
Thank you. Hola, buenas tardes, miembros del comité, señor presidente. Mi nombre es Mirna Lascano, soy miembro del Centro de Igualdad y Derecho.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mirna Lascano. I'm a member of the Centro de Igualdad y Derechos, Center for Equality and Rights.
Gracias a la coalición nativoamericana por abrirnos el espacio en apoyo de nuestras comunidades.
And I'd like to thank the Native American Coalition for opening this space in support of our communities.
Estoy aquí en favor del concepto del mapa H del Congreso, mapa de los pueblos, el mapa de la gente y para apoyar a las comunidades indígenas.
I'm here today to speak in favor of the concept of map H for Congress, map of the pueblos, the map of the people, and to support indigenous communities.
No queremos que otra década nos pase y que nuestras comunidades sean ignoradas.
We don't want another decade to go by in which our communities are ignored.
Es hora de fortalecer los distritos de las minorías en todo el estado.
It's time to strengthen the minority districts throughout the state.
Nuestras comunidades nativoamericanas de Nuevo México merecen ser escuchadas y tener mapas que fortalezcan a todas las tribus.
Our Native American communities in New Mexico deserve to be heard and to have maps that strengthen representation of all the tribes.
Gracias por su atención.
And thank you for your consideration.
That it for public testimony?
Congress, yes.
We have one more on Zoom, Justice Chavez, somebody named Partis. Please state your full name for the record, Mr. and Mrs. Partis, and then I've allowed you to talk.
My name is Richard Parch. It's pronounced Parch. I'm in Valencia County, and I want to thank you for the hard work that you folks have done so far. But I really have some concerns about how this is turning into a gerrymandering issue because of we're specifically in the congressional district where we're concentrating all of the power in the Albuquerque area. We've only had a 2% increase in the last 10 years in population. Why we have to have radical changes in our districts now, 10 years later, is baffling to me and to a lot of other people. During the lead up to the passage of Senate Bill 304, Democratic Speaker Brian Egloff from Santa Fe made very public comments in the press and via Zoom with progressive, of course, with the progressive groups attending, that he had his mindset on ensuring Republicans are shut out of future elections. Agolf specifically mentioned that he planned on changing the makeup of the U.S. Congressional District 2, which I am a part of, with the intent to shut out Republican support in the state's Southern District. Well, this not only hurts the urban area in Valencia County, but it certainly also hurts the rural area in the southern part of the state. Right now, we have a problem because we're not getting representation. We badly need a hospital in this southern district in the area south of Albuquerque, between Albuquerque and Socorro. And because we're not getting proper representation in our congressional districts, we're not getting any pressure put on to get funding to put in Los Lunas in particular. Los Lunas, as you know, is one of the largest increasing populations in this area. And if we don't do something to increase the hospital situation here and improve the hospital situation, we're going to be in a lot of difficulty. Additionally, it seems like this redistricting came with a thought in mind that our minorities are not being supported unless they're being supported by a Democrat. Well, I don't believe that's true. I have talked to a lot of people in our Valencia County over the last several years about this, and many of those people are saying that for 60 years or more, they've been promised by the Democrat representatives that things were going to improve, and guess what? They never have, at least not in our area down here. And what you're further doing by putting the center of power within this state all up in the Albuquerque area is further taking away the opportunity to help some of these people in the rural area. So, you know, with population, with a 2% growth in population, there is no real need to drastically alter the communities of interest and the demographics that are currently represented in the current map. You know, efforts to radically redraw and adjust to current communities and their interests represents partisan efforts to change the political makeup of New Mexico. Now, frankly, I moved down here in 2008. I had a job transfer down here from Colorado. I was an engineering manager, and I tried to hire people to come down to New Mexico to support the contract I was working. And I could not get anybody to move down into New Mexico because of the crime that was here, the left-wing politics that were going on in this country, or in this state rather, and all. And we need to change that. And we are not going to change that with the current plan and current map that is trying to be pushed through in Senate Bill 304. So I guess I have a question to ask is who is, you know, listen to the speakers, and you can follow up and ask follow-up questions of anyone who makes public comments, and look at their reasoning and what they're saying. So who's funding these efforts for the People's Map, quote, People's Map, which, by the way, is being funded by the Center for Civic Policy? We know who's going to get the benefit of that. And it certainly isn't the people in the rural communities, that's for sure. And, you know, if Albuquerque is split between 3 congressional seats, who stands to lose the most? It's the rural areas, and the tribal areas as well. So does Albuquerque community lose out on our rural needs? Our rural needs are going to help keep the population in this state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Parch.
Next, we have Kimberly Lapepa.
Y'all did share Kimberly Wapiwa share. My friends are touching initially. I couldn't know. Okay, first of all, I come from McKinley County. The fact that you're changing our culture every single day and taking our lands and our rights from us. I would like one day to run because there's too many of our issues being pushed down into cycle to cycle. My family, I come from a family activist. I was raised west side of Gallup. Uranium was affected in that land, in the ditch. My great grandfather, he died a long time ago, was trying to ask people for help for cleaning it up. And not only that, the east side of Gallup affected by another spill. The fact that you're taking away my identity, take away our land, and we were the last person in America to vote. And honestly, I'm tired of it. There's no compromising sitting here. I've been into so many meetings, we sit here and talk and nothing has changed. Nobody's listening to us, nobody takes us seriously. That's the reason why Standing Rock happened, because a lot of this stuff is compromised through money, funding, and a corrupted system. I'm telling you right now, as a generation of activism, not only that is fighting for the next generation who's sitting right there, my kids. I'm furious because leaders of the Mexico and everybody else don't do nothing for us. That's why we're frustrated and mad. And that's why when we speak, I'm speaking the truth. And I'm tired of it. And that doesn't give you the right to take our land away and our rights and who we are, especially my identity, because we've been fighting for that for our whole life. And the fact that I'm going through an issue right now where my own son doesn't even know who he is, that should explain what's going on in our system. And the fact that our government still pushes us down to little when we should be like this. And I tell you this because I was involved in a voting committee in Gallup. I was the youngest Native American. I did my legislation in Santa Fe over and over again, but found out that they were just using me because of what I've been doing. And nothing's been wrong, nothing's been changed. That's why you see a lot of people marching now. But marching and sitting here trying to listen is not gonna work. Now I'm looking up to you to change that. If I had the power, I would. That's why I sit here and listening to everybody of what they had to say. And it doesn't give you the right to give my people what was stolen already from the very beginning. Thank you.
Second for comments. I move that we move along the consensus Pueblo congressional map for the legislature's consideration.
That's second that.
It's been moved and seconded by the member Curtis that we move the map along the consensus, Pueblo consensus, the congressional map. Any discussion?
Point of clarification, we're moving it forward for discussion?
Before discussion for one of the maps that we may or may not adopt and recommend to. Yeah, I apologize for that.
Thank you for that clarification.
There being no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, Ryan Cangelosi opposes. Anybody abstain? Okay, motion passes. Now let's take a 10-minute break.
And many thanks to the All Pueblo Council of Governors and to NAVA for providing food outside. So if you want something more than you can, there's nice food outside.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to call. I am going to go ahead and take a witness out of order. Call on Representative Garcia, who would like to talk to us about House District 14.
Excellent. Excellent.
Muy buenas tardes, Tele Dios. Ya te Shenai, ya te Chedeshe. I'm State Representative Miguel Garcia. I'm a 25-year veteran of the House of Representatives, elected in 1996, and participated in 2001 and 2011 redistricting sessions. I am the longest tenured state representative in the House, along with Representative Bill Chasey. I'm a retired Spanish language arts elementary teacher, basically teaching Spanish to kindergartners, first and second graders. For the most part, it was 15 years in my district in the community of Atrisco in the far South Valley. The Citizen Redistricting Committee plans A, B, C, and D discriminate against the traditional Hispanic communities of Atrisco, Parelas, and the South Broadway. Communities that have historically been joined at the hip. All four plans continue the 20-year-old redistricting history of cannibalizing House District 14 to the benefit of North Valley House District 11, Nob Hill Mid Heights House District 18, and Far South Valley House District 10 and House District 12. House District 14 has had as its core the traditional Hispanic communities of Atrisco, Parelas, and the Hispanic Afro-American community of South Broadway. In the 2001 redistricting, we had a demoralizing setback in the total loss of South Broadway community from Lead Avenue Southeast to Anderson Street Southeast, and from the railroad tracks to I-25. The 5 years of hard work in that community, in working with Chicano and Afro-American leaders in combating drug dealing violence, in providing capital improvements to Eugene Field Elementary and the South Broadway Community Center, in establishing reentry programs for Afro-American and Chicano convicts, in funding our early childhood program with a focus on homeless children, and in securing the construction of a sound barrier wall along southbound I-25. All this came to an abrupt halt in the 2001 redistricting. The 2001 redistricting divided South Broadway three ways, feeding the dwindling population district of North Valley House District 11, the Nob Hills House District 18, and the Far South Valley House District 10. South Broadway went into a limbo mode after the 2001 redistricting, with little attention given it by the three new legislators. Demographers and the courts could have expanded the North Valley District across the Rio Grande instead of encroaching on House District 14. But there is this neo Jim Crow theory of not having districts east of the river across the Rio Grande north of Central Avenue. The far South Valley House District 10 could have expanded west and northwest into the growing Southwest Mesa. But again, keeping that district confined to east of Oak Forest Boulevard Southwest prevailed. A positive outcome of the 2001 redistricting for House District 14 was the unifying effort of the Atrisco community for the first time in its history, at least going back 75 years. The area from Central Avenue Southwest to Blake Road Southwest along Atrisco Drive Southwest and Foothill Road Southwest is the Atrisco Viejo settlement, with a companion settlement along present-day La Vega Road and Riverside Drive Southwest known as Los Ranchos de Atrisco. Atrisco is the oldest Hispanic settlement in Bernalillo County, in the metro area, predating Old Town. My great-grandpa to the 8th power, Pedro Duran y Chavez, first settled the area west of the Rio Grande from Esteta Pueblo to now Paseo del Norte in the 1640s. The early colonial maps referred to this area as El Valle de Atrisco. After the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, my great-grandpa to the 7th power, Fernando Duran y Chavez, along with other Spanish and Mestizo families and Tlaxcalan Indians from all Mexico, was granted the Atrisco land grant in 1692. The settlement did not occur until 1703, when Fernando Duran y Chavez and company then broke ground with a church, casitas, an elaborate acequia system, and bountiful fields and orchards. Varelas was established in the 1780s as a villa, with mainly people from Atrisco. It was a bustling agricultural community specializing in green and red Chile. After many generations, what solidified the two communities was a ferry operated by Atrisqueños in the area of what is known as the Varelas Bridge in the early 1900s. This ferry operation led to the first motorized crossing over the Rio Grande decades later. After World War II, many Vareleños with growing families and those with no available lots for building a new house in Varelas settled in the large acreages of the Atrisco community. During the war on poverty of the 1960s, an entire section of homes in South Varelas, known as the Tortilla Flats, was leveled to the ground under the auspices of the Urban Renewal Program. These families were resettled in Atrisco in new or resale homes. Tortilla Flats is now home to the Bueno Foods chili products and the National Hispanic Cultural Center. Ladies and gentlemen of the redistricting committee, Varelas has been decapitated from the House District 14 body in the 2021 CRC plans A, B, C, and D. The 2011 redistricting saw the further annihilation of the traditional Hispanic communities in House District 14. Old Atrisco was split in half and went back to its pre-2000 boundaries, feeding the dwindling population Mid-South Valley District of House District 12. In the 2011 redistricting, Varelas was severed at the knee by the loss of one of its two precincts, Precinct 133. It went to feed the dwindling population district of North Valley House District 11. The North Valley District also gobbled up the House District Country Club precincts 121, 122. These two precincts constitute the Country Club. They were a welcome balance of white upper middle class families in a district predominantly blue collar, low income, and lower middle class Chicanos. One positive outcome of the 2011 redistricting was a pickup of precinct 225 in the South Broadway community. It gave us Eugene Field Elementary, the South Broadway Cultural Center, and the Venerable St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church. We hit the ground running in 2011 on the issues we addressed in the 5 years prior to the 2001 redistricting. Working with Chicano and Afro-American leaders in combating drug and violence, and providing capital improvements to Eugene Field Elementary and the South Broadway Community Center, and establishing reentry programs for Afro-American and Chicano convicts, and funding our early childhood program with a focus on homeless children, and securing the construction of a sound barrier wall along southbound I-25. Even though it was just that one precinct that I represented, I reached out to the entire South Broadway community. Ladies and gentlemen, this redistricting committee, South Broadway has been severed at a PR from the House District 14 body to 2021 CRC plans ABQ and D. The 2021 redistricting plans erase all memories of the centuries-old bond between Atrisco and Barelas by severing Barelas from House District 14. Plans A, B, C, and D exterminate the role of House District 14 leadership from participating in the Barelas Rail Yard Advisory Board. House District 14 leadership has played a pivotal role in the 13-year advisory board by coordinating the Capital Outlay Initiative in 2018 that involved dozens of Bernalillo County legislators, which garnered an infusion of $7.6 million for roof repairs, upgraded infrastructure, and restoration of historic buildings for public use at the rail yards. The severing of South Broadway from House District 14 exterminates the leadership role of House District 14 with the State Highway Department, which in recent years has been more attentive to the dilapidated intersection of Avenida Cesar Chavez and I-25. Just last month, the Highway Department resurfaced the intersection after 30 years of neglect. The on-ramps and off-ramps were also resurfaced after the same neglect. The severing of South Broadway removes South District 14 leadership from the table in committing State Highway Department to construct a sound barrier wall along I-25 southbound from Lead Avenue Southeast to Avenida Cesar Chavez, shielding that portion of the South Broadway community from deafening traffic noise. This is a discrimination and equity issue that I and my South Valley Broadway constituents take serious. The South Broadway community is the only neighborhood in the metro area without sound barrier walls, which abut the I-25, I-40 network. I have proposed a map that you should have it before you. I call it the camel map because it looks like a camel. And I have proposed a map that brings harmony to the traditional Hispanic communities that historically have been part of House District 14. The map unifies all the Atrisco by adding precincts 43, 44, and 139. The map unifies Barelas with its two historic precincts of 133 and 135. The map captures the northern two-thirds of South Broadway by adding precincts 224 to 26 to the existing precinct 225. The area is Lead Avenue Southeast to Avenida Cesar Chavez and I-25 to the railroad tracks. I dread redistricting, but I'm always hopeful that my traditional Hispanic communities will prevail. The courts and the demographers think differently. They have historically seen my communities as ripe for the taking. in order to feed the dwindling populations of districts in North Valley House District 11, Nob Hill House District 18, Far South Valley House District 10, and Mid South Valley House District 12. Essentially, plans A, B, C, and D turn House District 14 into a west side / west central district. I will not serve in a House seat that does not value the integrity of keeping whole our traditional Hispanic communities. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your commitment and dedication to a fair redistricting process.
Questions for Representative Garcia? Thank you, Representative. And I know that your written remarks are also on the website. And I saw your map earlier today, so I know it's on the website.
Next, we have Keegan King, who's going to show you more about the Senate and House maps.
Chairman, on this map, you'll see a rendition of the northwest quadrant of the state of New Mexico on the Senate side. The three majority Native American districts are 3, 4, and 22, with an influence district in Senate District 30. These maps reflect tribal leadership's decisions made over the past 5 months from APCG and from the Native American Redistricting Coalition. In the Middle Rio Grande area, southeast portion of Senate District 22. There are several pueblos in the Middle Rio Grande: Amos, Zia, Cochiti, San Felipe, San Domingo. Our redistricting coalition has met with tribal leadership in the Middle Rio Grande, and they support keeping this boundary the same, with the exception of the southern boundary in Rio Rancho. You can see this is different. A few more precincts have been picked up in the southern part of Rio Rancho along the freeway there. Slight boundary modifications were done in that region. To the southwest of this area, Tohajali still is in Senate District 22, which is right there. As we go to the northern part of Senate District 22, as the representative from Hickory Apache Nation mentioned earlier, a decision was made by President Velarde and Hickory Apache Nation Council to move 2 precincts in Lumberton and Chama of the Hickory Apache Nation into Senate District 22, with those 2 precincts. And so now Hickory still maintains multiple representation on the Senate side in Senate District 22 and Senate District 5. As we move to the western part of the district, there have been significant changes near Crown Point. You go to the southwest region. Many of these precincts have been moved into Senate District 4 to make some population adjustments. One thing to note in all of these Senate maps is that they are within deviation and they are all above 60% native value. So they meet criteria for trying to do. One of the most interesting things in this map is Senate District 30. As representatives from Zuni Pueblo and others have mentioned, Isleta and Zuni have moved more precincts into Senate District 30. And so this takes Senate District 30 from around 25% Native American value to 36% Native American value. And as others have mentioned, Lieutenant Governor Tiller from Laguna, this district has been decided by a matter of votes in past cycles. In 2012, 9 votes determined whether a Laguna Pueblo member was elected or not. In that case, she was not. So we believe that increasing influence here will make it more likely that the tribes in Senate District 30 will determine the outcome in the future. So that there have been some changes with the addition of the Slutta and another precinct runs in Pueblo. So those are the major takeaways. One other thing to note in 30 is that the precincts around Mount Taylor remain in Senate District 30. And that has been at the request of ACOP and Pueblos, that Mount Taylor is a significant community of interest, a sacred site, and Laguna and Acoma maintain their stewardship of the mountain.
Mr. King, can you tell us about the Navajo Nation? There are differences, major differences between Navajo Nation and Pueblo's maps. What is the status of any discussions about submitting a consensus map, including the Navajo Nation?
Yes, we just got word that there will be another meeting this Monday between all the nations, including Navajo. So I think a lot of that discussion will revolve around the interior boundaries of the House and Senate.
Okay. I know you said that you stayed within deviations, which is true if we were only worried about the Northwest. But we as a committee have a bigger job. We have to take into account the entire state. And I see that your largest deviation is a negative 7.85%.
Yes.
In essence, what you have done is, if we were to go along with this, you have tied us to a large district at 2.15% throughout the state. The ripple effect of that would be, in concept A, that would affect 12 Senate districts that exceed 2.15. Concept B, 14. In concept C, 15. And that includes some Hispanic Voting Right Act locations. So what you're doing by doing this is you really affected our ability to be flexible enough to make sure that we try to preserve as many communities of interest in as many VRA districts as possible.
Yes. Chief Justice, committee members, this has been a balancing act for the Northwest region. Anybody that's designed maps and been consulting with tribal communities has had to balance out not just the population loss of Farmington, ripple effect of that, but also the Native American voting age population, ensuring that it exceeds 60% as within Voting Rights Act sort of criteria. When you do that, it does have an impact, and it does mean that a lot of these districts have a negative deviation that's fairly high. I think you'll see other renditions coming from tribal communities, fairly large deviations for this region. I think that you can adjust that number down slightly, but for the House and Senate maps that are coming from the tribes, they are going to be larger. And you know, I think with some of the maps that we've seen of the statewide maps of the House, you can still balance out the rest of the state and maintain a fairly high deviation in the Northwest quadrant. So I think that this could be tweaked for sure, but I think it is going to be larger because of that population loss.
Did I understand you? A target threshold is 60%, right? For the
Ideally, the principle that the Pueblos have come to agreement on is 65% ideally, but we know that that's a range.
Right. One of your maps at least still would be below 60%, isn't that right? In one of the districts.
Yeah, at 60.
Any other questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman, thank you again, Mr. King. As on Senate District 4, are you splitting up grants?
In Senate District 4, it does become split between Senate District 30, or excuse me, Senate District 30 and 4, yes.
Let me ask you, was there any attempt to keep grants in one or the other, either 4 or 30?
There was, and again, we've been looking at statewide maps as well, not just for the quadrant. And that population loss in Farmington is so significant that it has ripple effects even into southwest New Mexico. So in order to make up some of these areas, we have had to move more of those grants precincts into 4 because it is landlocked. Of course, we didn't want to. We wanted to keep grants in the long haul as much as possible, but the loss of people due to, I think, the oil and gas kind of collapse in that area has ripped it out.
Mr. Chairman, that population couldn't have gone more to, I guess, the north, or am I east?
When you go more into Senate District 22, it has an impact on that voting, that native voting number. It's at 60% now. And so by going into some of those precincts in Senate District 22, it has an even larger effect. The other portion to think about is that in this rendition, Senate District 22 also has precincts within Rio Rancho, which are mostly non-native. And so it's hard to find those same ratios in Eastern.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. King, if you moved further into 22, what would the percentage be Native American population from the 60 that you have now? What would it be reduced down to if that's the case? If you can remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. I think it was, I think a couple early renditions were 55 to 58. And it's possible to pick up more Native American precincts by going even further east, except that the pueblos of Santa Clara, Okewege, and the other northern pueblos have already voiced their support for their maps, and they want to keep that boundary of Senate District 22 where it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Other questions? Mr. King, I just wanted to point out that the concepts that we've drafted give you for the Senate side. Concept A gives you better than 70% for every VRA district that you have. Concept B, we do have a 60.5%, but the other one is 68%, 71% gives you a influence district at 30%. And concept C gives you 60.5 for Senate District 4, Senate District 3 is 71.8, Senate District 22 is 68.1, and the district is 30.7.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, committee members, we've seen the concepts can provide a higher native value in these districts, but in many of these concepts, they aren't aligned with the express wishes of tribal leadership. And in our Senate District 30, those boundary lines were worked out through a process that has been months long between the public union, Acoma, Laguna, and Isleta. They sought to build that into a significant influence district at 86% native value. And so we can build up these districts to be in the 70% range. That's true. But it does come at the expense of some of these communities of interest that have been articulated by tribal.
Any further questions? Any public comment on Senate district maps?
Any members of PCC next?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. In regards to the Senate maps and the comments that have been made with regards to the balancing act that's occurring with the Senate districts, and that also has relevance to the House. What we are here today to present on the Voting Rights Act analysis that can speak to a lot of the questions that have been raised with the Senate that also have applicability within the House. The different types of balancing acts that we see from our leadership as we undertook this initiative of working through the different map renditions, guided by the redistricting principles that have been adopted by all public council governors, the Native redistricting work group, guiding that process and looking at it in terms of the Voting Rights Act, weighing the different dynamics of avoiding Native American voter dilution is very important. But on top of that, what we see from this cycle, as well as the previous cycle, is easy to get fixated just on the numbers and just looking at the maps itself. But we know that these maps have consequences as in regards to our communities, especially to the shared communities of interest that we have. And that makes it more difficult oftentimes when you have to balance out those various factors. So when we think about this analysis, the type of flexibility that we have with the Voting Rights Act, it's important that we establish that with the VRA becomes certain flexibilities in regards to the districts that appear on the Senate map as well as in the House map. And so when we think about the Voting Rights Act, we think about what that affords us once we establish that those criteria have been met. The types of maps that we're looking at, the types of maps that we are presenting to the committee today make sense, particularly because of the historical discrimination, disenfranchisement that has occurred throughout history. And so part of this presentation today is one to talk about the Voting Rights Act and its applicability to this current cycle, as well as to give rise and highlight also the totality of circumstances that also accompanies the Voting Rights Act analysis. So when we look at the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and look at the intent of protecting against dilution of minority voting strength. And so when we think about the jingles factors that have been established through the Thornburg the jingles of 1986, where we look at those three-pronged analysis of one, that first, the minority group must be sufficiently large and geographically compact to form a majority in a single member district. I think the census data, if we look at the census data, we can see that Native American communities constitute in this whole northwest quadrant of the state a significant population to create multiple Native American majority districts. So we look at the census data that's coming out, and there's various factors to look at, because when we look at these numbers, you're looking at the total Native American non-Hispanic population. That's one aspect to look at it. There's a total Native American population, which includes more than a single race identification, which in our public communities, we also understand that this is a big part of our communities. One of the core values of many of our communities is the acceptance of our family, our building of family and community. So that value translates into that more expansive look at our populations beyond just single race identification. We have multiple races within our families that are embraced as much within our culture as anything else. So that is a very important factor of looking at population. So but when we look at the different factors and different numbers that exist, we can see when it comes to the single race identification, that at least 10% of New Mexico's population identifies as Native American. If we look at the multiple identification of Native American and others, we look at 12.4% of the Mexico population identifies as Native American. And we look to the non-Hispanic Native American, that number goes down to 8.9%. So still a significant amount of the population for the state of New Mexico to demonstrate, particularly the concentration in the Northwest quadrant, that there is the ability to create multiple Native American majority districts. And so that makes a huge amount of impact, because when we think about the maps that have been presented today, in the House, there is the ability to create 6 majority Native American districts. Within the Senate, there's the ability to create 3 Native American majority districts with an influence district in Senate District 30, which you've heard a huge amount of emphasis on. And so when we think about what's been established over the previous redistricting cycles, and we go back to the Jingle's three-prong analysis, we understand that it's been established through multiple redistricting cycles that there is the first prong, the ability to meet and satisfy that requirement, that there is a significant amount of Native American population to satisfy that, to create single member districts, more than one. In fact, 6 in the House, 3 in the Senate. The second prong, the minority group must be politically cohesive. Now this relates to also Jingle's factor number 3, where a block vote to defeat the minority preferred candidate must be demonstrated. Now in Jingle's, these two factors here, the second prong and third prong, the racial polarized voting analysis comes into play here. Now, for those of you familiar with the trial from 2011, know how much of that type of analysis came in to establish these types of VRA claims. Paid a hefty amount with experts flying them in. Dr. Engstrom for the multi-tribal plaintiffs testified on behalf, not only during the 2011 cycle, but also during the Jepson case. Dr. Engstrom was able to provide the analysis in the Voting Rights Act. And in doing so, that requires that racial Black voting analysis. And as it's been stated that the expectation during the CRC process was not to have members of the community bring forward political scientists to come and do the racial polarized voting analysis on the spot. I think that would be a pretty high expectation for the public to provide to you all today. But certainly one of the requests that's been made is to point out some of those election cycles that can be looked at to demonstrate what we are looking at when we talk about racial polarized voting assessment. So back in 2011, Dr. Engstrom looked at various factors when it came to this analysis. So the races that he looked at within this analysis was elections in which voters were given a choice between or among Native American and non-Native American candidates. Biracial elections are most probative when it comes to racial polarized voting. So in the Jingles test, the Jingles factors, we looked at what is often talked about as a white population voting against a minority population. But for Jingles, it was in North Carolina talking about African Americans and white Americans. But we know that New Mexico is a little bit different. So when Dr. Engstrom did this analysis and did this assessment, he wasn't just looking at Native Americans and white voting population voting against Native preferred candidates. He was looking at also non-Native voting population. So because New Mexico, given the demographics, given the history of voter discrimination, we know this didn't extend only to the white population, but we also face this discrimination from multiple parts of the population, Hispanic population. And so that part of the assessment came into play as factoring that analysis. So also looking at recent elections, races provided going back to 2012, excluding non-competitive elections. 3, cover 2 cycles of Senate and House elections, and elections that are competitive, including general and primary elections. So that was the scope of Dr. Engstrom's analysis of looking at those elections. So given those factors, we can look at multiple election cycles as they have played out throughout the past decade. And so we go to that. So the different types of races that can meet this criteria, and then it's expansive. That would direct the CRC to the folks that are working on this racial polarized voting analysis to have an expansive look at as well in this Northwest quadrant area of elections, primary, vote, and gender. And so when we look at the different elections, the 2020 general election, Senate District 22, that was a race between Betty Shendo, Susanna Boyle. Mr. Shendo won 66% to Mr. Boyle's 33%. Mr. Shendo is from the Pueblo Venus, and Mr. Boyle is a non-native candidate. We also look at the race of Senate District 30. Interesting that pointing to Republican primary, which, because the data shows really Native Americans engaged that significantly in the Republican primary. But the ratio of 220 with Joshua Sanchez and Kelly Zuni being a member of the Pueblo Zuni and Joshua Sanchez being one Native. So that election cycle can demonstrate on a Republican primary the types of racial polarized voting that can be attributed to whether non-natives turn out for a Native candidate, not only in the Democratic primary, but also in the Republican. The race of Senate District 30, going back to 2012, this is a race that's been highlighted through testimony of Pueblo Laguna, as well as Mr. Keegan King, in which Maxine Velasquez, Pueblo Laguna tribal citizen, ran against Mr. Clemente Sanchez, David Ulibarri, Randolph Marshall Collins. And so 3 non-native candidates in a race against a Pueblo Laguna tribal citizen. And so being able to assess that election and see how the non-native voters turned out for a Native American candidate. And so that is another election to direct you to. House District 65, 2014 Democratic primary election. Mr. James Roger Magdalena, Mr. Orlando Lucero, Mr. James Magdalena from the Pueblo Payments won that election, 54.5% to Mr. Lucero's 45.5%. Mr. Lucero is a non-native candidate. House District 69, 2016 Democratic primary. That was a race between Harry Garcia, as well as Mr. Lloyd Felipe, who was from the Pueblo Abaca. Mr. Terry Fletcher, a non-native candidate, and Ben Shelley, who was the former president of the Navajo Nation. So when we look at that race to see how have non-native voters turned out in support or against the native candidates, it doesn't just have to be within only one native candidate running against one non-native candidate. It can be multiple, because we can still assess the voting patterns and the voting behaviors of those particular precincts and voters within those precincts. House District 4, the 2020 election, Anthony Allison versus Mr. Mark Duncan. Mr. Allison won 54.3%. Mr. Allison is from the Navajo Nation. Mr. Duncan is a non-native candidate. So there will be other elections. I understand Ms. Patty Williams from Navajo Nation will also point out some other election races as it pertains to Navajo Nation. But those are areas when we look at this racial polarized voting analysis, it becomes very technical, very, very technical for the folks engaged in, the types of assessment that's put into this is very scientific. The information that was provided during the last trial, it was very technical. One that does though establish these second and third prongs of Jingles analysis. And so we feel very strongly that the VRA requirements are met when it comes to assessing the voting patterns of these particular area, the Northwest Quadrant. And those elections that I pointed out will direct you to that analysis of the Jingles factors. And so we know that that we can establish the Voting Rights Act principles, that the first prong, there is a significant amount of population to create, because that makes a big difference, because if there's not a significant amount of population, then there can be no remedy. If you can't create a native majority district because you don't have the population, and then there's no VRA remedy. But you can see that you can create multiple Native American majority districts. So those second and third prongs, those are the elections that we would direct you to, as well as others. I have full confidence that when you do this analysis, that there will be other election cycles, both general and primary, that can really give light to this type of voting behavior that can demonstrate the Jingles factors. So we know that the Jingles factors alone do not satisfy the Voting Rights Act analysis alone. That there's another component to that, which is the totality of circumstances, which also is very important when you're looking at these districts, because it identifies whether a remedy is necessary under the Voting Rights Act and whether voter dilution is needed to protect those communities. So we know that, understand that Native Americans constitute that type of protected class under the Voting Rights Act. And so when we look at the population, we understand we can create multiple districts. So if we shift our assessment to the totality of circumstances, we're going to hear from multiple members of our team, ABCG, that have been focusing on developing those totality of circumstances to give light to this area, the maps that the Pueblo and Jicarilla Apache Nation, the Squirrel Nations have put forth. So Austin Yaki will present on the historical and electoral discrimination. Mr. Regis Pecos will also talk about the access, and in some cases lack of access to representation from the legislature, as well as Ms. Amber Carrillo will talk about the social economic impacts of Native Americans as experienced within the state of New Mexico. And as well, we want to also emphasize two other aspects when it comes to balancing out these the maps when we look at this type of analysis. One, when we talk about the deviations, it is very important to understand that, and we cannot forget that we are in a pandemic, that the census count happened in the pandemic. Like no other time in our community's history have we been in this type of protective state within our tribal communities. It may be different for many other communities. There's still agreements of whether those protective measures make sense or not. But the reality is that our tribal communities and the governors and tribal leaders that you see here can attest to the amount of efforts taken to protect our people during this time. And it does have direct correlation to those census numbers and how they impact deviations, because so much is riding on those census numbers to give us a healthy deviation. We see the impact of population loss in the Northwest quadrant, particularly the Farmington area. As Mr. King has pointed out, the ripple effect of having to suck all that population from our areas to make up the difference in that area. It ripples down into our districts. So as you see the outer perimeters of Pueblo Zuni, Acoma, Laguna, Isleta, there's more population in the interior to make up more easily. So you see a higher VAP in those areas. As it stretches down into our communities though, there's not much more native population you have flexibility to work with. So you are faced with the dilemma of either sacrificing certain aspects such as the Native American Polynesian population, sacrificing connections to communities of interest, and some of the renditions of the map have demonstrated while there can be a higher VAP in some areas, some of those maps will split the Pueblo Laguna up away from Mount Taylor, away from Acoma Pueblo. Some of those renditions will go against the wishes of the Pueblo Zuni to have access to representation that can meet the needs of their people. So those are the factors that come into the analysis as each of the governors have testified today. Their deliberations were very intentional, precinct by precinct. How is this going to impact our people? If we move this precinct of ours into this district, how is that going to affect our access to representation? And that became, how responsive are the legislatures to our issues, to our needs? A very beautiful analysis that I think all of us can appreciate who have gone through this redistricting process, that's how we should look at each of these decisions, not looking at it as this political polarization, but looking at it the way the tribal leaders have looked at it, with a very thorough look of how we can balance out these multiple factors. So the thing that makes a huge impact with whether a deviation can be met at the sacrifice of communities of interest, that's something that's very much, you're asking the Pueblo Laguna, Pueblo Isleta, Pueblo of Acoma, Pueblo Zuni, the Pueblo of Santa Clara, Jicarilla Apache Nation. You're asking them to separate themselves from a district that could have representation that can help protect precious resources, access resources for their people, or sacrifice it for the sake of numbers. And that's something we're very cognizant of, that the Voting Rights Act allows that flexibility. One of the things that was important during 2011 cycle, when we had the expert witnesses testify, was you had, they're numbers people. They're numbers people. And Dr. Engstrom was very adamant that if I'm going to do this racial polarized analysis, I can't just do it from the university. I can't just sit in my office and do this analysis based on numbers and election data that comes from Mexico and say, well, this constitutes racial polarized voting, or it does not constitute racial polarized voting. I need to be in those communities and see what the people are seeing. So Dr. Engstrom was in our public communities, traveling from Laguna, Acoma, Zuni, meeting with tribal leadership, meeting with the governors here, Governor Pataki, called being in that setting 10 years ago, meeting them, asking them about those specific questions. Why is it important to be connected in a district with Montana? Why is it important to have this type of representation when you're in multiple districts? And he was able to hear, and when asked those questions on the stand, with confidence, he could say, I was there. I was in Acoma Pueblo. I met with the people of Acoma Pueblo and heard firsthand what they had to say about representation. So my analysis is informed. So that would be one of those requests as well, is that it's easy to do that analysis. And that's something Dr. Engstrom shared with us. It's easy to do it in isolation. But when you put yourself into the shoes of the people that those decisions impact, it will have a different analysis when you start to balancing out the different factors. So that is something that's important when we conduct this racial polarized voting analysis, is that hopefully that will be the same approach, because it is delicate, because our communities of Mexico deserve that type of approach when it comes to that type of analysis. So we go to shift gears to the totality of circumstances. I'm going to ask Mr. Biaki to give that presentation, and then we'll transition to Mr. Regis Pecos and to Ms. Amber Carrillo, and which also very important, the census data. Ms. Charlotte Little will provide insight into that aspect as it impacts the types of numbers we're talking about, especially deviations and voting age populations, as well as we'll conclude with an emphasis on the self-determination principle, because that has to be underscored very much so. That was something that was recognized in the previous litigation where the emphasis on self-determination, where Judge Hall, in his opinion, recognized that tribes are in the best position to determine what's best for their communities. And so that is the approach that has been taken with the maps in the Senate, maps in the House, and maps in Congress. So I would like to bring up Mr. Biaki here to address those totality of circumstances, because we feel it's important to build that into the record, build that into establishing that these areas here, the Senate districts, House districts, are protected voting rights act districts.
Mr. Chair, before we go, may I say something? I thank you for your testimony. I really do appreciate it. I want to clarify two things, though. That one, ensuring deviations are fitting or equitable, in my mind, are not just for the sake of numbers, but actually for the sake of other communities of interest throughout the state. And so as we are here and we're hearing about communities of interest amongst Native Americans, which we highly, highly respect, we also have communities of interest that we heard earlier from Mr. Representative Garcia about Morelos and Hispanic communities in the South Valley. And so I want to make sure that when you guys, everybody here understands that's what we're looking at, are communities of interest in totality. The second thing too, in Senate District 30, that primary, a Republican primary that you discussed, is less about ethnicity or voting for ethnicity and more about a better campaign. And that's the thing we can't forget in this whole redistricting circumstances we're working through this, is that people run campaigns and people win campaigns because they run better campaigns. We can look and see in Albuquerque, where there's a higher Hispanic population than white population, that Mayor Keller beat a Hispanic person for mayor. And it wasn't about Hispanics voting for a Hispanic person. It was that they voted for a campaign or for a person that they felt would be better in that position at that time. And so I don't want to blur the lines about racial voting or a campaign that's run or has more money in it, that they can put up more ads or send out more mailers. I've done a lot of campaigns, and I know that it's about the candidate, how good the candidate is. I know Senate District 30's primary very, very well, and it was about a better ran campaign. Kelly Zuni, she's a friend of mine. I think she's a great person. She's done a lot for our community and for our state. But at that time, Josh Sanchez ran a better campaign at the end of the day. And so I don't want those lines to be blurred that Native American people didn't come out and vote for Kelly Zuni because there wasn't enough Native American people to vote for Kelly Zuni. It was that Native American people and all the rest of the ethnicities in Senate District 30 in the Republican primary decided that Josh Sanchez was the better candidate for the Republican side. And then he went on to win the general election because he ran the better campaign, and the people in Senate District 30 decided he would be the better senator at that time. And that's what campaigns are about. That's what politics is about. And so I do appreciate very much so your testimony, but I want to be very clear that as we're looking at this, it's about the totality of communities of interest. It's about the totality of New Mexicans. All of us are New Mexicans here, no matter our ethnicity. And though I do really respect the effort and all of you guys, have put in the I forgot what you called it, the subgroup or that have put together all of the redistricting for all the tribal entities in the Navajo Nation, which I think is phenomenal. You guys have done a great job. I want everybody to understand, from my perspective, I'm here for all New Mexicans, for every single ethnicity that are represented in our wonderful state, because the thing that makes our state so great is that we have all of these amazing ethnicities. And one amazing aspect of it is that we have the beautiful Native American tribes throughout the state that traditionally represent what New Mexico is all about. So I appreciate your testimony, but I wanted to clarify that from my perspective to understand why in some ways I'm not supporting some of these concepts is because that's where I'm coming from. But thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's important to, as Austin emphasized, that when we're thinking about that totality of the community of New Mexico, we look at who is born the brunt of the historical racial discrimination. And we certainly don't hope that tribal communities are asked to bear the brunt of population loss in that Farmington area to sacrifice communities of interest at the altar of the fixated deviation rates. So we do feel that there is flexibility within the Voting Rights Act to provide that flexibility for these districts. And so certainly when we looked at this 10 years ago, the court acknowledged it was part of this was looking at those VRA protected districts and understand there's a little bit more flexibility for those districts because certain other factors may require it. With other districts that are not VRA protected, in a sense, may not have that type of flexibility. We understand that. So certainly the approach that's taken in the Northwest Quadrant as it pertains to the Senate districts and the House districts, we're asking you to look at that in that type of light of the VRA, looking at that protective status to try your best to protect those districts. The types of districts we have are not deviating much from the current structure. So where 10 years ago, the court was able to recognize and find that they meet the threshold of the Voting Rights Act jingles factors, the maps in the House and the Senate do not deviate much. They're not a drastic overhaul of what already exists. So that's something also to point out and take note of. So thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you, committee, and now.
Mr. Chair, just real quick. So in what I'm hearing you say is a bit different than I think what I heard Member Cangelosi talk about. I don't know that the
how well run a campaign was or wasn't is relevant to the discussion that we're having here today. I mean, I too am concerned about the deviations, okay? I mean, we've been talking about that. Arizona versus Harris has some pretty specific statements about that. But what I'm hearing you talk about is that trying to find a way to make sure that minorities are not disenfranchised, which is a legitimate consideration under the Voting Rights Act, based on the way that the lines are drawn. And so I want to understand, especially in 30, right? Just the differences of the way things are set up now, where what I'm seeing in 30 is that you have a more cohesive voting bloc within the Native American population, right? But that 30, you bring up the, not just 30, but the, that are maps on the right-hand side, please. Yeah, I just need you to roll it up, please. Yeah. Okay, then what we're really talking about is just an influence district, but that it's carrying a lot of Pueblo population in it. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, the Pueblo Zuni shares its 3 precincts within Pueblo Zuni, shares with 7th District 30. We also have the entirety of the Pueblo Yakima in there. We also have not only the 6 populated precincts of Laguna Pueblo, but also the land holdings, the precincts that contain the Pueblo land holdings that reach up to that boundary of 7th District 30 there. That encompasses areas of Mount Taylor as well as lands in Pueblo Laguna that stretch into Valencia County down below. And so the Pueblo Isleta to the east also encompasses that district. So what we see from the differences between the Senate District 30 as it currently exists to the Senate District 30 is today is significantly the impact of that is the Pueblo Isleta coming into Senate District 30. Now the Pueblo Isleta has made that decision to come into a district with the Pueblo Laguna and Yakima. They're already within a House district that contains the Pueblo Laguna and Pueblo Yakima. There's significant historical connections between, especially the Laguna Pueblo and the Isleta Pueblo that exists. So the ability to have that community of interest is very much one that's a historical connection that the Pueblos, the Western Pueblos, the Southern Pueblos have that connection. So consolidating the voting power within that district. The Pueblos in assessing that decision are looking at the possibility. There's several renditions of maps above that create the Pueblo centric South District 25, Senate District 22. And that would give you a Pueblo district. But the leaders looked at that and said, why don't we have one Pueblo going to district? And we can achieve 2. We've come so close in past election cycles that we could have two representatives that reflect our values, that reflect the needs of our communities. And so that's very much an admirable purpose of the Pueblos in the Senate District 30 to consolidate that political power, because they know that they can have access to Senator Shendo in Senate District 22. Pueblo Laguna lands go into also Senate District 22. So we have a foothold in Senate District 22. And so we know that if there's legislative issues that are going on, that you can count on Senator Shendo to carry those issues. But the Pueblo is looking at how else can we garner even more support by creating an opportunity to elect a candidate of choice in Senate District 30. It increases the ability to have representation on multiple districts. And so that has been the intention of as the Pueblos have sat down with one another this particular district.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Chris.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. First of all, thank you again for the presentation. And I guess my question is a little bit different. But based on, I think, the same concern that's already expressed, and that is the population deviation. I was there in 2011 when the evidence was presented to satisfy the jingles criteria. I'll only speak for myself, but I do not need to be convinced again. I heard. But what I see that does is traditional principles do not allow race to be the predominant factor in drawing a district. Satisfy jingles, you can. And I think that's been done with not only concepts A, B, and C, Senate, but obviously what's been presented today as well. However, as you point out, there's a second step, and you have to look at the totality of the circumstances and do so, I think, under strict scrutiny because it's race. And I guess the way I see that is, was there another option? In other words, did you do, I apologize, I don't remember the exact terminology, but did you do just enough to satisfy that to get your districts where they need to be without violating, in other words, other traditional redistricting principles? And I look at some of the other concepts, like I pulled up C because it's in front of me. C has 3 Native American districts above 60% and District 30 as an influence district above 30%. And a deviation under 5%, negative 5% for that region. So as you present your testimony, my question is, does that not satisfy the Voting Rights Act criteria? And if not, what justifies then that additional 2% deviation? And I ask that because that is my concern, that additional 2%. If it was 4.9%, you really wouldn't hear from me right now. But it's that additional 2%. So I'd love for that to be addressed if you can.
Great, thank you. That is a great question, Member Saucedo. If you look at the concept that's right above there, and the public leadership definitely weighed all of these types of options as they exist. But if you point out and highlight Senate District 30 as it goes into Senate District 4, right from the start, I can tell you the Pueblo Laguna is split. The Pueblo Laguna, we heard from Lieutenant Governor Tiller today, stating that the Pueblo's preference is to have Mount Taylor and the Pueblo's lands within Senate District 30. So that area that's being highlighted there, the Pueblo Laguna has 6 villages. 6 villages, Laguna Village being the mother village. Each of those villages, while having its own localized leadership, still considers itself part of the whole. Now, different pueblos, different tribes will have various reasons for going into multiple districts. Strategically, as former Governor Pataki has mentioned, Zuni's preference for being in multiple districts. Others, like the Pueblo Laguna, request to have all of the villages, the populated areas, within a single Senate district. That area that goes to the north of Senate District 30, that's Mount Taylor. So significant issue 10 years ago, as it is today, is keeping the Pueblo Laguna, Pueblo Lackawanna, and Zuni in the district with Mount Taylor. So there's significant importance that not only cultural importance, but also the protection of Mount Taylor is found to be more doable when you have a representative that's a part of the Pueblo Laguna, Pueblo Lackawanna, Pueblo Zuni, as well as Mount Taylor. So from the start, that would split a huge community of interest, divide the Pueblo Laguna, as well as move the district away from a very significant centerpiece, which is Mount Taylor. So those things are very much a consequence of this balancing act. 10 years ago, Dr. Engstrom, same thing, was shown different variations of the maps and gave this analysis on different ones. Sometimes some of the approach is to, in order to achieve a deviation that's closest to 0, which we saw at certain intervals of the House and Senate trials, was also a means of taking a wrecking ball to communities of interest. as a means of separating and diluting the voting power of particular areas. So we're very cognizant as we went through this process to one, pay critical attention to communities of interest as it relates to the compactness of that district, as it relates to very important relationships that exist in that area. And so that's part of the response to that is it sacrifices a huge community of interest for our public communities. One that if you were to ask the Pueblo Laguna governor, Mr. Governor Vile, about that significance of Montiller, even in the district that I think that outweighs a lot of other factors when it comes to what you give weight to in this balancing act. We understand that, you know, it's not a one thing that takes priority over everything, but we understand this balancing act has to occur. And some things are a little bit more important to us than others. And so protecting communities of interest is one of those factors that is important.
You know what precinct
it's in multiple, if you can pull up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So there's, if you can pull up tribal lands map also, you can do a layer to that, you'll see the Pueblo Laguna is in various areas. Pueblo Laguna has different lands in areas. So the precincts of population for Laguna Pueblo are from 20 to 25. Those are the 6 villages of Laguna Pueblo. But the land holdings outside of the populated areas, those are those northern areas that you can see stretched up in and around Montiller area. So you can see also the Pueblo Acoma has land holdings at that base there, that precinct. Now those precincts aren't very much populated, but the Pueblo still feels connected because of their land base to them, but also their historical connections. So that was another factor. One of the interesting things that came about from trial 10 years ago was this concept of self-determination that comes up in how these maps are drawn. And one of those important questions to any map being proposed was, did you consult with the tribes? A very simple question, but for a vast majority of maps that we propose, the answer is no. We didn't consult with tribes. It's too hard. You know, it ruins the concept of what we need to get to. But this is something that was very much grounded in the process that the Pueblo governors and the Great Apache Nation pursued, was that consultation amongst each other to see what works best for our communities. So, yeah, so those are the areas, the land holdings. But as you heard from the previous session where we talked about communities of interest, the Pueblos, the tribes, not only lands within the reservations have a connection to, which they consider communities of interest, but those Aboriginal lands that fall outside the reservations are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and I really appreciate it. And I think especially the last line of questioning was really helpful in helping me to come up with exactly what needs to be brought up. And number one, I think the history that we have only had Native American representation in New Mexico for basically 30 years. It is basically brand new. And we are asking our tribal communities to pare down their communities because we don't like the numbers, when we've heard specifically that there are communities which could be undercounted to easily the tone of like 5,000 members, which is not insubstantial. You know, with the Pueblo Zuni and saying that they had a 7,000 person count in the census and that they have enrollment in 12,000 in the range of 12,000 is not insubstantial. And that deviation from what the census count was is important to take into account as we draw our maps and to justify that higher deviation. I was listening in on the commission hearing the other night in Gallup or in Crown Point, where they went through and pointed out, and Navajo Nation went through and pointed out GIS mapped houses with populations that were in 0 population census blocks. And that's not rare. It's unfortunate, but it isn't rare. And it's pervasive throughout the entire Native American community. So as we talk about hard adherence to plus or minus 5%, we also have to recognize that it is in strict, it goes against the voting ability of Native American people. And that we're paring down basically only 30 years of progress that we've had an opportunity to make. Within 20 years, we have had the opportunity to select Pueblo members of the House of Representatives. That was new, that was within my life. My grandparents were born without the right to vote. This isn't something which is like historically provided to tribes. So making sure that as we move forward, we don't tear down those communities for the sake of good population numbers, and that we are doing our best to grow and expand Native voting power to get closer to parity makes much more sense, because we are not at parity right now with assistance from Native legislators in New Mexico. And we're also, or in Albuquerque and other urban areas. We're also asking for basically the few individual members of our representation and our legislature to be advocates for the entirety of 22 or 23 tribal nations, and to do all of the work that probably a team of about 15 people with the ad hoc has taken 5 months to do, in coordinating with all the tribes and trying to get those resources to tribes which have historically been totally underfunded and have been uplifted at many different levels of government, especially with the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit, which upheld that tribes had been historically underfunded, and we're asking them to again pare down how much representation you're allowed to have. I also thought it was interesting in Map C, the split of Laguna, when every single election, I'm 24, every single election I've ever worked, Laguna has been suggested to go down to one polling location, which would be in only one of their Senate districts. So they, again, have been asked to pare down on their resources because population doesn't work. But you're not providing an opportunity for any of them to actually grow representation, or for them to have leaders of choice, for them to really elect term over term and to build that history of voting. We have a few communities who do it really well, but the pandemic really badly affected that. I also thought it was funny that there was discussion about like the efficacy of a campaign, when viability is a huge thing for a lot of voters. And if a Native candidate doesn't see a viable path, why run? And we're creating districts which are not viable, which take in communities which are not of communities of interest. We're asking for people to represent communities which they may not be from, or that they don't have historical ties with, and that the communities know we don't have historical ties. And we're also asking for them to represent sacred sites which may belong to other tribal communities. This is the continuation of a long history of voter disenfranchisement for Native American people. This is something new, and the CRC is brand new to this year. And we have a real opportunity to actually grow Native voting power if we can accept some slightly higher deviations, and if we can continue to work with other communities of color to really build that Native representation. It is doable. It's not easy, but it is doable to get some of these changes incorporated without forcing communities to pare down what is brand new representation, because it is brand new, and we haven't afforded an opportunity for people to build those historical ties to voting, for people to build a family which votes year over year. There are not many, but there are a few, and they will continue to grow. But if we continue to suspend their independent right to vote and select candidates of choice, that goes away. And it goes away potentially every 10 years. So it is really crucial to make sure that we're not forcing those hard decisions based on numbers which we know to be undercounted, which we know for the past 30 years to be undercounted. We're one of the hardest states to count, up there with Alaska, where people fly on bush planes to go count people. We are one of the hardest states to count, and a lot of that has to do with mistrust with their community leadership. And we have an opportunity to change that.
and to improve that, and to allow them to see people in leadership who look like themselves. But we can't do that if we don't have the flexibility in those ranges of population, if we don't allow them their influence, if we don't allow them to vote over their sacred sites, if we don't allow them to vote with people who are their neighbors. And that's what we're really faced with in preserving the maps which have been brought by the APCG ad hoc. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and to the tribal leaders here present, and to the guests. I'm Regis Pecos. I'm the former governor of Cochiti, Pueblo. But I want to just share with you my experience at state government. So in the mid 80s, I joined state government and served for 16 years under Governor Anaya, Governor Carruthers, Governor King, Governor Johnson for 16 years from the mid 80s to the end of the 90s. And when I left there, I became the chief of staff to the late Speaker of the House, Ben Lujan, for his entire tenure as Speaker of the House. And when he passed, Representative Rick Viena, the longest chair of House Education Committee, asked me to join him and served as his chief of staff until his retirement for probably over 30 plus years in that capacity. And so what I've been asked to do is to provide some historical context with regard to what representation means. But I want to start at the time of the territorial government, that Congress demanded of the territorial government as a prerequisite to become part of the union, to provide lands that would be dedicated to public schools, universities, and hospitals. And the kind of policy that still was in place without representation resulted in the territorial government taking indigenous lands and Hispanic land grants to meet that prerequisite imposed on them upon that territorial government to join the union known as the Ferguson Act. Today, those lands generate one of the largest permanent land grant funds in the nation to the tune of about $24 billion. So from about 1912 to probably about 1960, there was little to no representation within the legislature by any Native American citizen in that period from 1912 to 1950. And I just want to underscore that that policy, the federal policy at that time in that timeline, really was still the policy of termination, terminating the legal status of sovereign nations in this country. Relocation to take as a result of termination, relocating masses of citizens into urban America in that period in the 1950s. In that stretch, the policy still was, in 1934, reorganizing tribal governments with no representation, forced integration of indigenous children into the public school system with the Johnson-O'Malley Act in 1934, forcing us in the public school system at a time when we did not even have the right to vote to participate in the governance of public schools. In that same period, the law still prohibited the speaking of native languages, even in the schools in our communities. The federal law still made it a crime for indigenous peoples to practice their way of life because we did not have religious freedom denied to us by the Constitution when the Constitution of the United States was founded upon the free exercise of religion. So all of these federal policies, laws were still in place for that period from 1912 to 1950. We did not see the first representatives into the legislative body until the late 60s or 70s, with the first representatives entering, with the late Representative Leo Watchman, who often stated that it was a lonely place to be, the only Native person in the entire body of the legislature. And so not much happened with regard to any development of policies and laws in that period from 1912 to about 1950, with the beginnings of presence of Native legislators not until the 70s. The whole definition of state-tribal relations then really was dictated by federal policy, Congress, and the executive. But in that period, defining state-tribal relations were largely one, tribal leaders were reduced to go to the courts to define which sovereigns have the greater power and authority, sovereigns within sovereigns. And so in that period, the courts became the body, the branch of state government determining one state-tribal relations. It wasn't until the period between the 70s and the 90s that there began to be the influence of Native leaders becoming the architects of policies and laws defining state-tribal relations. Prior to that presence in the legislative body, the Commission on Indian Affairs really was the body that served the role that tribal leaders went to through public hearings to express the needs of tribal nations in New Mexico when there was no legislative body serving that role on behalf of the legislative branch of the state government. So the Commission on Indian Affairs was largely that body that became what we know today as the Legislative Interim Committees on Indian Affairs, to be very specific. But beginning in the 70s, when the presence of a few Native legislators came into the body, it created a whole new opportunity of tribal leaders going to individual legislators to then become the architects of policies and laws. Beginning in the mid-80s with the election of President Ronald Reagan and his move towards a state rights agenda, what that whole national agenda did was to reconfigure the governmental relationships that to that point was the federal government and tribal governments in this relationship where federal dollars flowed from the federal government, its agencies to the tribes. With the state rights agenda implemented, it inserted in this reconfiguration of a governmental framework of the federal government now inserting the state in the middle and then the tribes in that kind of reconfiguration. What scholars defined at that time was that state governments was the worst enemy of Indian nations because of the fight over which sovereign had the greater power and authority. So moving in that direction in the 70s, if you can imagine that tribes were not eligible to receive state appropriations for programs or for capital outlay until the 1990s. That recently, tribes did not have the benefit of receiving state appropriations for critical needs for infrastructure, for facilities, for education, for seniors, for community centers that the rest of the state governments enjoyed until the 90s. And when finally Native representatives became part of the body and introduced legislation for appropriations to tribal governments to meet these very basic fundamental needs, Hellstrom and then the Attorney General challenged the legality of the state legislature appropriating dollars, that his argument was that this was a violation of the Constitution and the section dealing with the anti-donation clause. That was challenged by tribal leaders. They prevailed. And since the 90s, tribal nations were then made eligible to receive capital appropriations and appropriations for programs. Just that recently. But the presence of Native legislators beginning in the 70s into the 80s, for the longest time, there were just a few in the House. But the long-standing representation in the Senate really was unchanged through the 80s and the 90s with largely the election of Senator Pinto, the longest serving Native member in the Senate until his departure and his death. So in the Senate, it was largely in your time when you came in 1993. I believe that Senator Sosi was part of your class. And for the longest time, it was only those two individuals in the Senate. Over in the House, they probably was in the 80s and 90s, probably no more than 5 in that entire period. But in terms of the numbers between Democrats and Republicans, that little nucleus of Native legislator representation on behalf of the tribes were huge when the narrow margins of voting between partisan politics between the Democrats and Republicans using the block vote of 4 Native legislators in the House were huge in major policy articulation laws to be passed. So when we look at the impact of Native legislators in the House and the Senate, this largely became a much greater reality with regard to the role of Native legislators. And not until that time did the legislative body become a place where tribal leaders went to address their needs in that period. But the short period from about 1990 to now, the incredible influence has resulted in the 80s, the first establishment of the articulation of what government to government principles and agreements would lead to. So that major breakthrough as a result of Native representation to make them eligible to receive state appropriations, prevailing the Attorney General's objections, resulted in Native legislators amending the state law to make tribal nations and tribal governments become part of the statutory framework that now included tribes and tribal leaders working with Native legislators, with legislative leaders, articulated the first delineation of the government to government principles of agreement that largely began to define the kind of relationship of the executive, of the legislative branch, and the judiciary with regard to state tribal relations in the 90s. That recent was the beginnings of laying that foundation. But as things move forward, the complexity as Cotton Petroleum One resulted in the United States Supreme Court decision that both sovereign nations, in this case Korea and the state of New Mexico, have the same power and authority to tax the same activity, oil and gas of the Jicarilla Apache Nation, resulted in this US Supreme Court decision giving the right to both sovereigns. Now, rather than litigating this issue even further, the presence of Native legislators working with tribal leaders and working with legislative leaders, a new era was defined that began looking at ways in which policies were articulated that defined the kind of mutual standing of tribal nations and the state government that resulted in now tax share agreements for severance taxes collected off reservation lands and with the state. It was expanded to include in the work by supporters to expand this kind of shared tax agreements to share gross receipts. It expanded to include gasoline tax. It expanded to include cigarette tax. And now one of the most complex areas of taxation, the debate between which sovereigns had greater powers was now settled. And now the tax policy that stands to be a model nationally became a new opportunity, as you know, in your capacity as a member in the Senate, influential with Speaker Sanchez over in the House, began to lay a new foundation. With this inclusion into the larger governmental framework, amendments were then sought to include tribes as part of the statutory framework that as the governor has the opportunity to provide a state of the state address. As the judiciary has the opportunity to state the state of the judiciary, as members of Congress are given the opportunity to give the state of the nation and tri-state relations, the statute was amended to now acknowledge and recognize and respect the sovereign nations to also have the right to have the opportunity in a formal joint session of the House and the Senate for the purpose of hearing the state of state tribal relations as a venue to begin looking at defining policy areas. And in that kind of evolution within the framework, it now created establishing the first Indian Area Agency in the nation, jointly by tribes, by legislative leaders, and Native legislators taking that lead. For the first time in the 90s, a Indian education policy was enacted that really became the basis of the 2003 Indian Education Act that is now the law within New Mexico that affords the opportunity for addressing education issues by the executive, by the legislature, by the tribes with this new framework in place. So now you begin to define a whole different relationship using this kind of influence by Native legislators as those numbers grew. And it really created for the kind of modeling of best government relation practices in the nation as a result of their presence in the legislative body. And so what it did to move further is that it created the opportunity for the executive to articulate state government, state tribal relations. It extended to the judiciary, where as a result of the challenges, again, of accessing resources that flowed from the federal government to the state refused to provide resources for addressing the needs of children and foster care as a result of neglect and or abuse. The state took the position that tribal judges were not legitimate, then therefore tribal courts were not legitimate, comparable to state judges and state courts. But your predecessor, the late dead Chief Justice Dan Sosa, brought the two groups together to find common ground that resulted in establishing the state tribal judicial consortium. That in that process, it acknowledged that tribal judges were legitimate, therefore the courts were legitimate, and it now established a new relationship of comity, of extending full faith and credit and extending reciprocity between the court systems of the respective sovereign nations. And it continues today as a result of the Native legislative influence, their presence in the body. So I just simply want to provide those examples as epitomizing that we have to protect from any retrogression, as Mr. Casey clearly articulated and Mr. Wiyaki articulated. There are many other elements to consider within the historical context with regard to the way we must protect the presence of Native legislators, given the long history, one that we have been subjected to. But if there's any evidence that we must continue to guard and protect their representation in this body, we only number in the House 4 at this time. Senator Shendo, Senator Pinto, Senator McKenna are the lone senators in the Senate, but Senator McKenna comes from an urban area. The two Native Senate districts bring to the body Senator Shendo and Senator Pinto. And as you work in your time to elevate the representation, not just as members of the body, but to leadership positions, as both Senator Pinto becomes chair of a major committee, Senator Shendo becomes the major committee chairman. Over in the House, you have similar ascension into the chairmanships in Water and Ag with Representative Lente, with Representative Georgine Lewis, with Indian Affairs, with Representative Wanda Johnson becoming the chair of the House Democratic Caucus. These opportunities that come from this process has resulted in the opportunity that Native people for the better part of almost 80 years in our statehood did not have such representation. But in a relatively short period of time of 30 years, what they have done to transform state-tribal relationship is just incredibly, profoundly significant. That absent that representation, if what we saw from 1912 to about 1960, little to no policy consideration, little to no laws created to guide these relationships, little of any kind of appropriations to address the needs of tribal communities, even as they are citizens of this state. And so what has happened in building this foundation and framework is just remarkable. And therefore, my plea to all of you is not to be so fixated only on the numbers and the deviations, because there are a multitude of other considerations that uniquely distinguish why it is so fundamentally significant to guard the representation that we now have, and that we do everything that is possible not to go back to an earlier time when there was a total absence in the House and the Senate, as we do in the judiciary, little to no visibility of our people in that branch of government. So just to take the time, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, to thank all of you for your work and your very sensitive consideration of what we have tried to do in bringing to this new body the history of our story, of our lived experience, that for the most part, education has robbed all of us to appreciate. Because what we are discussing is nowhere in high school, nowhere in the undergraduate school, nowhere in law school, nowhere within the institutional framework that any of this shared history provides to policymakers, so that largely policymakers are on their own, as you well know, Senator. And for every representative in the body of the legislature, just like little children, or just like all of us in our educational process, wherever we are, there's no end to becoming, whether we accept it or not, but forced into the reality that so few of us being the only student in class, that we inevitably become teachers. And that is what Native representation has brought to the body of the legislature, is one, the opportunity to appreciate this history, but the opportunity to understand the long history of policies and laws that are unique to the status, not as race or ethnicity defining our citizenship, but because of a political and legal status that no other citizens quite have in the same way as we do, tied to lands, which is why this relationship and consideration as major factors in your consideration become paramount. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity just to provide the context of where we have come in our history as a state, and how recent the entry of representation by Native people into the legislative process has been, and what a major, profound impact they have had in elevating the relationships in a way that serves the best interest of citizens of our state.
Thank you, Mr. Pickles. I need to let you all know that we've been told that we have to be out of here by 8 p.m. It's going to take us about 30 minutes to gather our equipment. That leaves us about 24 minutes to go. Brian, I've got a request for research and polling.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mr. Pickles one quick question that the.
Sure.
In terms of the cabinet positions that were created as a result and when that happened. Just if you could tell us briefly for our first Native American cabinet secretary and the position.
That happened very early, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sanchez, that happened very early in the first year of Governor Bill Richardson's administration in early 2003, that moved what was historically, statutorily, the Office of Indian Affairs, elevated to one of the first Indian Affairs Department Cabinet Secretary anywhere in the nation.
And wasn't that Mr. Alvin Warren? Was he the
Yes,
first?
yes,
He
and
did a
Senator.
tremendous job, by the way.
Senator Benny Shendo was a former secretary, as was Kelly Zuni. So we've had some very prominent people serve in that capacity, but
Thank you.
for that.
Thank you very much.
Ryan, I have a request. I would like you to take Senate Concept C, and I would like you to incorporate the consensus Pueblo Senate map as one. Then on another one, I would like for you to take the Navajo -6 deviation map and meld it into Concept C so that we can take a look.
Next, Ms. Amber Carrillo. She'll be sharing time with Ms. Chloe Jake. Good evening, everyone. Waitsi Hopa. I want to actually let Ms. Jake go before myself. Thank you.
Nawa, Goadzi Hopa, hello and good afternoon or evening, Chairman and honorable members of the Citizenry Districting Committee. Tatata, Chloe, Tatakita Pari, Kawekame. My name is Chloe Jake, and I'm a citizen of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma and a descendant of the Pueblo of Laguna. I am a member of the Native Redistricting Coalition and the All Pueblo Council of Governors Ad Hoc Redistricting. But I kind of want to take this opportunity to tell you a bit about what this process means for me and some of the things I care about most, being voting, the protection of sacred sites, and taking care of our Mother Earth for future generations. I grew up in the company, well, there were a lot more of the people that I grew up with in this room earlier, but trust me, they're here. But I grew up in the company of many of the people in this room fighting to save the sacred site that is the Petroglyph National Monument from encroaching developments on the west side of Albuquerque. This site, located well outside of reservation boundaries, is culturally and historically significant to Pueblo peoples. At the same time, during the late 90s, I was beginning to learn about elections. And the first election I remember very vividly was the CD1 special election in 1998. I will keep this a nonpartisan discussion and I won't say who my 6-year-old self was rooting for, but rest assured that I made campaign signs and threw socks at the television as election results came in. And that was the beginning of my life in the world of organizing. The beginning of my lifelong passion for engaging Native communities in voter education and elections, and the beginning of a lifelong desire to protect that which is sacred. As an adult, I've been fortunate enough to come back and work for the organization that nurtured me as a child. I've been fortunate enough to be able to work to obtain an education in the earth sciences so that I can advocate for my communities here in New Mexico and Oklahoma who face exploitation from extractive industries. I do want to react to the comment about effective campaigns. Voting in elections have changed and shaped my life. I'm lucky to have grown up in the company of upstanding young people such as Mr. Ostapniaki here and his sister who's outside manning our table. We were children who grew up believing in the power of voting in elections, even when the results were heavily disappointing. But our experiences are not typical for most young people, especially young natives. You've heard a lot about maintaining and strengthening the voting strength of our communities. This is a real concern for us. There's a false belief that Native Americans don't vote or feel apathetic about the process, but the truth is that our communities have faced historical disenfranchisement and marginalization. They've been told that their votes do not matter, and that message reverberates across generations. And even as candidates show more progressive attitudes about the importance of the Native vote, there is a real disparity in the way our communities are engaged in the political process. It is very hard to get Natives to vote. It has gotten tremendously better over the course of my life, but it is still very hard. It is difficult for Native Americans to overcome the feeling that their votes and voices do not matter, because for so long we were told that everything we were was shameful and wrong. I am in the third generation of my Pawnee family who have known Oklahoma as our home after our people's removal from Nebraska. My mother's mother was a child of residential boarding schools. My colleagues here have articulated very eloquently that these things are not that far in the past. For many of us, they are in our living memories, and that is why it is hard to turn out a Native vote, not for a lack of interest. And it all goes back to the historical mistreatment of our people and the failure to address our needs at multiple levels. So this is all to say that our tribal leaders have been very deliberate to make meaningful decisions in this process. Our groups and our Native demographers have approached this process to ensure that our young children can grow up in a world where they believe that their voices and their votes matter. While you cannot necessarily see all of these things when simply looking at district lines, I assure you that these maps very much take into account the things that we hold dear as Indigenous peoples. They take into consideration the health and educational opportunities for our children. They take into account our ability to love and care for our elders as they cared for us. They take into account our abilities to preserve and strengthen our abilities to practice our cultural traditions and speak our languages. They take into account our historical connections with one another and to sites that extend far beyond reservation boundaries. They take into account the fact that we want to leave future generations a better world than the one we inherited. As Indigenous people, the process starts with us letting you all know which districts we'd like to belong to, but it extends far beyond that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That was a beautiful presentation.
Sorry, I know you're trying to manage. Actually, at this time, I'd like to call on our representative from the Pueblo of San Domingo, Mr. Pablo Padilla. He is on Zoom, and I'm going to defer to him for now.
He's rejoining as a panelist and should be on momentarily. Okay, great. Mr. Padilla, you should be able to speak.
Good evening, CRC. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pablo Padilla Jr. I'm the General Legal Counsel to the San Domingo Pueblo. Governor Cedilio Tenoro asked me to make these remarks, and I'm happy to do so. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honorable Justice Edward Chavez for chairing the CRC. From my point of view, the CRC has been transparent, patient, inclusive, and responsive in its task, and that's to be commended. In 2011, I participated as legal counsel to the Pueblo of Isleta in redistricting, all the way from the state legislature through lawsuit with Judge Hall. And I'm thankful that this time around, because of the work of the CRC, things are progressing much better. That's my personal perspective. I'd also like to thank the All Pueblo Council of Governors, the Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee. They met with San Domingo Pueblo and its officials on September 2nd. APCG has spent the entire summer providing data, maps, recommendations, pros and cons, options to the Pueblos and other tribes. That's been really helpful and also should be commended. Getting to specific, San Domingo Pueblo wishes to remain in New Mexico Senate District 22 as currently constituted, or alternatively as revised by the recent APCG maps. I say that based on the reasons articulated by my little brother, Casey Duma, and my mentor, Regis Pecos. San Domingo Pueblo also wishes to remain in New Mexico House District 65, or as currently constituted based on 2011 data, or alternatively as revised by the recent APCG maps for the reasons that I just described. In closing, I'd like to say that the Santo Domingo Pueblo considers its community as stewards of the land and the water, as well as traditions that continue to be passed down from generation to generation. The Pueblo has been pleased with the current state districts in the House and the Senate and wishes this to continue. As a footnote, I'd like to remind the CRC and those listening that membership in an Indian tribe is not a matter of racial distinction or ethnicity. Rather, it's political status. It's been expressly acknowledged in the U.S. Constitution and hundreds of years of federal law, including election law. I've been practicing for 15 years, doing this type of work only, and I can stand for that proposition. I'm hopeful that the CRC will consider this when finalizing and submitting its maps to the New Mexico legislature later this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member?
Good evening, Justice Chavez and honorable members of the committee here. I will be very brief, but I do want to join my colleagues here in discussing the totality of circumstances and socioeconomic factors in satisfying the Jingles factors. And one of the important things that you all should know about is the voting and elections during the pandemic and how the pandemic really exacerbated many issues for tribal folks and their ability to get out and vote. So what happened is there is a long list of barriers that confront Native American voters. And one of them is many homes on tribal lands have non-conforming addresses. It may be difficult for the Postal Service to recognize and provide these addresses home delivery of absentee ballots. And so while there was a very strong push for absentee voting during the pandemic, it was still very hard for our folks to receive their ballots in a timely manner and also to the correct person. For example, the tribal residents may not have a city-style address, but instead be a descriptive address, such as, quote, 1 mile east of San Jose Day School, end quote. Also, post office serving Native American precincts frequently require users to drive a distance. This, coupled with limited hours of operation, results in accessibility issues. Sharing of post office boxes may create delays for the delivery of voter materials, i.e. absentee application forms to the appropriate voter. The current structure of the Postal Service has slow deliveries and pickups on reservations in rural areas, making it difficult for Native American voters to meet absentee ballot deadlines. Increased voting by mail will lead to the closure of polling stations on tribal lands because most people in Native American and Native communities vote in person. Fewer in-person polling stations would likely lead to a drop in voter turnout. Literacy and language barriers also exist. Without in-person interpretation, ballots may be illegible to Native American voters. Rejection of ballots due to failed signature matching is also occurring. And lack of broadband access means eligible voters won't be able to register or request absentee ballots remotely. These are only a few of the numerous barriers that Native Americans face when they are voting. And I just wanted to comment because during the pandemic and in the primary election of 2020, I was working on election protection for Native Americans. And I've been working elections since 1998 and I have, several dozen elections under my belt. And so I think it's really important for us to talk about the issues of the pandemic. It is very much real and alive with us, but really when we look at that, the problems have been existent for a really long time. These are not new issues. They've only worsened. And so one of the things that I think is important is that we don't talk about campaigns and in terms of the quality of campaigns, especially for tribal folks. I think what's really important is to think about the resources that it takes to run a campaign, and it takes millions of dollars nowadays. It takes a lot of experts to run a campaign. And so there is very much a resource factor associated with running a campaign. We also I've also done a lot of studies on judicial campaigns. And if you look at the number of justices that have been elected that are Native American, we can name less than 10 of them for dozens of years. And so there is definitely a tie to resources and the ability to run an election. And so it's not just about
how good you can run a campaign, because I know some folks are excellent at that, but also have lost a lot of campaigns and still run a very good game. And so another issue that is really important to us right now in the totality of circumstances are the socioeconomic factors. And the United States, including the state of New Mexico, has too often hindered Native American advancement, not advanced it. Through years of intentional government policies that removed lands and resources, indigenous tribal groups, and specifically Pueblos, have been separated from the wealth and assets that is rightfully ours. Thus, Native Americans continue to be disenfranchised through a racial wealth divide, like Latinos and African Americans. Yet despite this ongoing inequality, it is also true that we as Native Americans still have faith in processes such as this that seek to strengthen democracy and hopefully include people who have been left out of the discussion since it was first established. One of the important things that folks need to know about in New Mexico is that the poverty rate in 2019 was 18.2%, a decline from 2018 when it was 19.5%, but still the third highest in the country. The national rate was 12.3%. Mississippi had the highest poverty rate of 19.6% in 2019, while New Hampshire was at 7.3%. It had the lowest. The poverty rate of Native Americans in the US is 23% and in New Mexico, 30%. The only other group of people in New Mexico that has a higher rate of poverty are people who do not have a high school degree, a high school diploma. The poverty data by state are from the American Community Survey, which is what I looked at and that aggregates data for 1 year. Other indicators of poverty include utilization of safety net programs such as Medicaid, which has over 168,000 Native Americans enrolled. The federal poverty level guidelines define eligibility that is partially based on an individual or family's countable household income and established by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. A family of four has an income, is eligible to use Medicaid with an income of $35,245, and that's an annual household income level. And so imagine 168,000 Native Americans in New Mexico with that income. I'm not sure how you all experience incomes, but a family of four at $35,000 a year, and we have 168,000 Native Americans using Medicaid, is a stark, shameful number. It is dangerous. It is inhumane. And so when we talk about totality of circumstances, what more can we say when we talk about our people and the conditions that they live in? Their conditions are difficult. Their budgets are constrained. And we have young people here today to share with you what the future is that they want. They want a just future. They want a fair future. They want a future that includes their heritage intact. They want a future where they feel that their voices matter. And so I bring this to the forefront of the discussion because it's been said already, the lines don't tell the whole story. The lines are a good way for us to contain representation with a region and a group, but it's not a good way for us to think about how we are doing well for the people of the state of New Mexico. And so I urge you, committee members, to consider all of the tribal leaders that came here today, all of those that are listening on the Zoom, because when Governor Garcia came here from Okeowinge, that's an amazing feat. And Governor Vayo to be here today. And I just want to urge you to think about what their presence means and how deeply invested they are in this process, because we believe that it will it will be seen as something that is beneficial for everyone. And so I have a lot more to talk about regarding, the income and all of the things that took place during the pandemic with regard to the CARES Act and without the CARES Act funding, how more desperate people's lives would be. And without the CARES Act funding right now, and I don't think any of us know what the future is for people who live in a state where their incomes are definitely constrained. But I ask you to consider all of these things in the totality of circumstances, because it is part of something that as good people, we need to think about and consider how that relates to power, how political power manifests itself and how people live. And so I thank you for your time today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Amber. We can get your written testimony online.
Good evening, Chairman Travis and members of the committee. I am Charlotte Little and I'm joined by my colleague, Otsa Travis, and we are tag teaming this evening. I'd like to bring to your and to everyone here in the audience an insight into the experience of tribal communities during the last 14 months, because we've all heard about how sacrifices have been made to stay at home, to minimize contact with large groups, and so on and so forth. But this morning, I'd like to begin by actually letting you know, sharing with you all a new study that I'd heard about released today in the Journal of Pediatrics. This pandemic, as a result of the pandemic, an estimated 140,000 children in the United States have lost a parent, grandparent, or caregiver to COVID-19. Shocking. This means for every 4 COVID-19 deaths, 1 child was left behind without a mother, a father, or a grandfather who provided the child's needs and nurturing. Of the 140,000 children impacted, 65% of these children come from minority communities. And of this, specifically relating to the American Indian and Alaska Native experience, these children were 4.5 times more likely to have lost a primary caregiver. This heartbreaking loss shows what happened despite the efforts that tribal leaders took to protect the health of the people of their communities. To mitigate the impact of COVID-19, efforts have been made began to be implemented beginning in mid-March, as we all know. New Mexico's tribal governments, many of them enacted state of public health emergency orders, locking down communities to protect elders and individuals with underlying health conditions, youth, and other community members. This was not the experience alone in New Mexico by tribes, but in tribal communities, these orders limited and restricted entry to those not living in tribal communities. It limited travel to those going out of the community as well. When I say lockdown, I mean many were locked down. In some tribes, only 1 person was allowed to go out to do shopping and laundry. In a couple of communities, they had specific dates assigned to the family by their last name. Out-of-state travel, as you can imagine, was eliminated. Curfews were enacted and various access points into communities were closed. And most of them reduced them to having 1 location to enter and exit so they could control access. Even movement from family home to family home was restricted. Children could not visit grandparents or extended family. And in some communities, the children who lost their parents, as we know, did not get to be with their loved ones. And there were also the cultural observances of funerals that were not held because of the pandemic. Only recently, I have learned that some of them are actually coming home, their loved ones to have the funeral rites performed. So it's unfathomable what these families are going through. So during the census, as an example, with those types of restrictions in place, those types of health orders to protect their communities, there were absolutely no field workers allowed in the communities. Census Bureau staff could not enter the reservation. If any reached homes, they were actually reported to the tribal officials and immediately removed. These points illustrate the severity of the pandemic on New Mexico's pueblos, tribes, and nations. The impact that began in mid-March of 2020 affected the 2020 census and get out the count efforts in New Mexico tribal lands. The details are going to be discussed briefly by my colleague, Atsa Chavez, who led the Native Census Coalition team. Finally, we all sacrificed, all peoples in New Mexico. But I think it's very important to highlight and to provide the experience from a community member who could not visit my own pueblo for many, many months. What happened to our communities? This experience was unique. So different from that of the US, people in the United States and in the state of New Mexico. It's important for me to express that even though our communities in New Mexico, we have some rural communities, no other groups outside these communities were impacted the way that our tribal communities have been. But I keep in mind that all of this happened to preserve and protect the health and the culture of our communities and our community members. Thank you.
Yeah, Aisha Atsa Chavez Winisha, the Gatni Nishwa, go to Hopa, Ikania, go Iwa Mesota. Good evening, CRC members, tribal leaders, and community members. My name is Atsa Chavez. I am the Gatni board for Kiwa Pueblo. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation from Sanasi, New Mexico, and from Kiwa Pueblo. I'm the ED of Native Education Project and NM Native Vote. Thank you to the CRC for allowing me to speak. We led the 2020 New Mexico Native Census Coalition and now the Native Redistricting Coalition. According to the Census Bureau, Native American communities were considered hard to count, or HTC communities, due to the formidable challenges such as lack of internet access, lack of roads, and transiency from reservation to urban locations for work and school. All but one of the HTC tribal communities in the state, again, that's 22 of them, requested for census questionnaires to be dropped off in their communities. The 2020 census reliance on an online internet strategy as its main enumeration effort will continue to significantly undercount the Native American communities. Many of these communities on tribal lands and households within urban areas do not have broadband internet connectivity or access. And we also lack a lot of cell phone access in these areas. So trying to fulfill the needs of taking the census questionnaire was very, very difficult. The 2020 census count of the Native population was in many ways derailed by the pandemic. The shutdown of field operations, the drop off of these questionnaires, update leave, and non-response follow-up in response to the need to social distance created a huge obstacle that we fought to overcome at every point. By April, all of the tribes had closed their borders to safeguard their communities, and this made delivering the printed questionnaires containing that specific 12-digit unique identifiers, which was basically meant to geographically place these communities accurately in the state, undelivered. While many communities with city-style addressings were able to start replying online in March, our communities were not. Kathy Lacey from the Census Bureau advised the New Mexico Native Census Coalition to tell tribal members not to respond without that 12-digit identifier. We were told that enumerators, would update the geocode when the update leave operations resumed, but due to the shortened timeline for data completion, we are uncertain if these responses were actually accurately added to the correct communities. When these questionnaires were finally delivered, when field operations resumed, and when the Census Bureau was able to coordinate with tribal leadership to drop off these questionnaires, we started to see some of those response rates increasing. Tribal partner specialists also stated that any tribal citizen who had already completed the census would have to resubmit the census questionnaire using that 12-digit unique identifier, meaning that many of our people who had already responded, we had a certain number of them that responded twice with that unique identifier, and some that did not. These questionnaires began being delivered into these communities in late August and September. Again, I remind you, the census count started in March. The Hickory Apache Nations questionnaires were delivered in October. Remember that this census enumeration period, which was extended to October 30th, actually ended on October 15th. This meant that they had less than a week to respond with their 12-digit unique identifiers. Consequently, they had a 17.9 internet response rate, but their total rate was 19.9%. When communities reviewed legacy data on one of our meetings from PL 94-171, the redistricting data summary files that were very recently released, many of the tribal leaders stated that their actual populations were greater by hundreds more than what the census count reported. For the Navajo Nation, they had a 6.9 internet response rate and a 22.6 total response rate. And they have tens of thousands of Navajos that were not counted. And according to the 2010 census, 78% of Native Americans live in urban areas. Many live in overcrowded housing, afraid to report the actual number of residents for fear of being evicted by local landlords. Issues faced for our homeless population include not having a specific address, or many sharing the same address, usually where they get their official mail. Moving between reservations and to the city for school or work makes counting these populations incredibly difficult. And there was only one day that enumerators spent counting the homeless population in Albuquerque, and the Native American population make up about 40% of the homeless population here. The ever-changing messages from the Census Bureau and uncertainty at the end of the enumeration period. First, we heard July, then August and September. Finally, it ended on October 15th. All of these changes, the lack of broadband on rural and tribal lands, late deliverability of questionnaires, the rushed update leave and NARFO operations, and the pandemic made a true accurate count of Native populations unlikely. Leading the NM Native Census Coalition efforts across the state has given us the insight to say with authority that we do have an undercount in New Mexico, despite a growth in population. We know our populations are there despite what the census data, shows. This is why, again, we ask you to consider for this redistricting cycle only, a lower CVAP and a floating deviation range. Our political director and demographer, Austin Wiaki, eloquently stated the reasons we need these lines vetted by 22 of our tribal nations. Chloe was able to provide some insight on the work that we've been doing as an organization. And we are aware of these needs and changes because we've been working on civic education and votership in and for our Native people since the 1990s. So thank you. I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. It's 20 till 8. And we haven't done the house maps yet.
Right. Justice Chavez, there are only 2 people who wanted to make public comment that are still here. Ms. Chavez checked in with the facility staff who've been amazing, and they're willing to give us another half an hour to clean up. Ms. Williams is going to hold her testimony until tomorrow and join us via Zoom. But Julie Podoslovich is still here and is waiting to speak.
Mr. Chair, members of the Citizens Redistricting Committee, fellow governors and members of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, and fellow concerned residents of New Mexico. My name is Julie Radoslovich. I'm the former principal and director of South High Academy, and I speak today as a resident of New Mexico, a place I call home. I love and care deeply about our land of enchantment, a sentiment echoed by so many who have testified these last few months. I am speaking to the committee today, as well as those in the audience, But really, I am talking to our state legislatures. Hear us, elected officials. I have learned much by attending meetings in person and via Zoom. The public testimony offered in Gallup and Farmington from members of the Navajo Nation was compelling. Why are chapter houses and districts not aligned? Similarly, I listened and learned from speakers in August, right here at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, from a number of Pueblo governors and members of the All Pueblo Council of Governors. I more fully understand how sacred land is sacred, regardless of where district boundaries fall, as well as the importance of self-determination and totality of circumstances. I listened intently at the Hispanic Cultural Center as community members from Albuquerque South Valley, New Mexico Dream Team, El Centro de Igualdad y Derechos, as well as members of the New Mexico Asian Family Center called us to give strength and power to our Latinx voices in a state where over 48% identify as Hispanic. I listened to New Mexico Black Voters Collaborative and New Mexico Black Central Organizing Committee that challenged the tricultural myth of New Mexico, emphasizing that 43,000 Black New Mexicans are indeed significant. I listened as residents of Las Vegas explained the role of acequias in our cultural heritage, while our Southern New Mexico brothers and sisters who so readily clean our homes and take care of our elders do indeed want expression and basic services in Sunline Park. And I heard from seasonal workers from Hidalgo County pursuing a dignified life. All seek and want equity and just representation in New Mexico, a place they love, a place they value, and a place that has historically disenfranchised the voting rights of people of color. In 8 days, you will be recommending maps to our state legislative body. State legislatures, listen carefully. Hear the word and the work of your constituents. Hundreds of New Mexicans and multitudes of organizations have participated actively in this months-long redistricting process. And while the recommendations of the New Mexico Redistricting Committee are not binding, it would be a disservice to New Mexico and this entire public process to disregard the good work of this committee and the good work of so many New Mexicans who call New Mexico home. The people have spoken, and this committee is tasked with compiling this information and preparing map recommendations that honor the voices of all New Mexicans, but particularly those who have been historically disenfranchised. Legislators, you simply cannot ignore this intense, deeply heated effort to listen to the people of our state. Don't disregard the recommendations made by the New Mexico Citizens Redistricting Committee. Don't disenfranchise the voices of so many people who have participated. So really it was a message to the legislators. Thank you.
And Mrs. Sheridan Law. And Ms. Sheridan Law has been waiting to speak about the House maps.
Thank you so much again, Redistricting Committee, to listen to me further. I'm here as a precinct chair for 489, and I'm bringing a message from the ward chairs of House District 27. And if I could get the map of the Civic Center for House districts pulled up, because that is the most obvious one for this concern, but it applies to all of the maps because they all have this fracturing problem. House District 27. But before I get on to that, I'd like to make a quick comment that has been echoed quite a bit and does apply even to this House district. You have a difficult job of a sparse population over a wide land area and awkward concentrations. I completely respect that. But as it has been mentioned before, the data you're working with is faulty, and we have very clear evidence that it is faulty. And when you focus so intently on the rules, and I do have this concern with the VRA, with its description of a race issue, the Conservative Party utilizes partisan racism, which allows a thin veneer of fairness to say, oh, it's only a political concern, not a racist concern. Where when a Democratic Party has a reparative racist concern to restore what has been taken over hundreds of years of a legal scheme it is for some reason not treated with the same political intentions and stripped away with all of its political meaning. So I have to say it's not just effective campaigning, but also how the rules are written. And this is very clear with District 27, how it is being cut in half and being shoved, part of it is being shoved into District 30, where most of that other area isn't as bound tightly with the communities of 27, and 27 is being shifted north and to the east, which is a very different demographic for our community. And all three of our ward chairs are very concerned about this split, where we will have a diluted representation for that area. So if you could please try to strike a balance where I understand it is population and awkward density, where it is, if you can zoom in a little bit, it is and can you pull up the old borders? I don't want to mess up the street name. But those borders do not help at all at this point. Oh, I see how it was cut up previously. For example, how all of that in District 30 used to be part of District 27, and we are just being blocked without even considering the communities that are in between and why they were in a previous district. So again, I want to see some radical change that actually addresses the representation issues, but please address all representation issues, including long-standing histories. And I think that's about all I have as a comment. Thank you so much.
Mr. Riak is going to explain the house maps for the coalition.
Hello, good evening, members of the committee. Again, Austin Biaki with the NRC and the ABQ ad hoc. And I am going to present the house maps that we have. This again is a Northwestern quadrant map, which we actually have been able to get pretty close to integrated into several different maps, and we're working to try to get a much broader map, which does include some of those other communities. Just for clarity, a lot of the changes which were in the Senate maps are still very similarly in here because the communities of interest are the same. The difference is it's split between a few more districts, but if we look at the communities of interest, again, very similar. We see Mount Taylor being in a district which has Laguna and Acoma representation. We see Chaco Canyon again being in a district with Laguna and Acoma representation and Pueblo representation. In expand our influence. And then lastly, the specific splits for Zuni Pueblo between House District 6 and 9, which we heard specific testimony that was specifically requested for that Pueblo to be split. But other than that, I think that these adhere pretty well to almost exactly what a lot of the changes among the Senate maps were, because they're communities of interest, and that's why they were drawn that way. They were drawn with the input of tribal communities in order to maintain those sacred ties and historical connections with community and with land and with neighbors to make sure that they had the opportunity to vote together. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions from the committee? Ryan, I have a request. Take House Concept D, take the Navajo Nation -6 deviation map and incorporate it. That'll be, you can call it whatever you want, D-1. A D-2 would be the Pueblo consensus map incorporated into concept D. And for both of those, take care of that, Julio. Are there any other requests of research and polling by the committee members?
At this point, I need to analyze your concept. versus- We'll bother him later.
You're gonna get to analyze it. Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Do we need to adopt these maps for consideration? The tribal consensus map for the Senate and the tribal consensus map for the House? Do we need to do that tonight, or is that going to be done tomorrow?
What I have asked is that they be incorporated so that we can see what it does to the entire state map.
So,
But
so we have to wait for it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Not a problem.
Mr. Duma, have another comment, sir?
Thank you, Justice Chavez. Thank you, members of the committee. Just want to indicate our appreciation for hearing us in the presentation this evening. As you know, touching to the end of the time period here, actually going over it. If you were to come to many of our public community meetings, we'd probably be here the next day. So pretty early. But we thank you. Just want to underscore before we conclude with our presentation, the tremendous amount of work that has gone on between the public leadership. We kind of laughed and joked that with the APCG committee, we were sort of the scouts for our leadership, going out to gather the information, bringing it back to the leadership to have them discuss. They asked a lot of questions, pros and cons, what different renditions and maps could help them make a decision. And so that work of the APCG, we feel very proud of that because we did meet with every public degree of pagination, muscular pagination. Feedback is by no means any one with simplicity. So we appreciate the attention to the presentation this evening. As many of the governors and leadership has spoken, they carried the voices of their people with them. Discussions, the deliberations with their councils that represent the people. This has been a very inclusive process from our tribal leadership, one that's very serious. So when you hear different renditions of maps, a very important consideration is something as our governors and leaderships find very important to communicate is asking, have those maps take into consideration the impact to our communities? Have they asked the input, much in the same manner as they have done with one another to achieve that type of consensus building? That's the same type of mutual respect, I think, that the expectation has set for the past redistricting cycle, this redistricting cycle. So we definitely appreciate your efforts and want to underscore that, bring it to you. It's been a very engaging process, one that we are definitely proud of. And so as you deliberate, as you go to your final meeting tomorrow and begin to finalize the maps that will be recommended, understand that we, the leadership, what they have provided you today is their future, their vision for the next 10 years of increasing their capacity, as Mr. Pecos has eloquently explained. And we have the opportunity, when we create this opportunity for the redistricting process, it is encouraging for our people to engage further because all these discussions in redistricting, the enthusiasm that came from tribal leadership to say, now we need to mobilize our people to get out the vote. Now we need to work that much harder to make sure that our voices are heard, that it goes beyond just redistricting, it goes into the elections. And so we thank you for this time, and we definitely appreciate the time you've taken away from your families, the travels you have, and maybe you will continue to be blessed in all that you do in your travels. Thank you.
Yes.
Being here at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, our protocol is we started with a prayer and we have to close with a prayer. And so Mr. Pecos has kindly.
Thank you.
So thank you.
We don't have to close with a prayer, but it's the honorable thing to do to give you thanks as well for all of your work and express appreciation to the staff supporting your efforts and to all of our tribal leaders and guests here. So with that, Jupiter's one, the agricultural and Scott, the HL York. At the heart of the hour down age, the heart of the nutrient, so just look at Yahiko, heart of the Yahiko, heart of this, or the Scott, heart of the show it, I must have heart of this on the care, it's on the care for me, heart of the whole was on the meat, it's like heart of the whole, and heart of this, or the heart of the chairman. Hard to teach others as a media habit, you have to take you, it's hard to take on, go hard to this artists, and you have the committee members got who, yeah, we got show and just media habit, go hard to draw it, we say, Marshall Tower, it's a cottage cheap that could charge for how to take on it. That go hard stick to a should you have to take money, as chaos, and you have to take, you have to take your two talks, go on, hard to say. It's an image of how the disorders that got me a happen to hook, to respond is on the case. And the well charge any try to be good trauma. You could be a hand to mark how to the same how to take neutral, which I have to do. Try to say, try to do, how to think about check the patient, check the neutral, which thank you to you, Mr. Chairman, members, and to the staff for all of your work, to all of the people who had a long afternoon, but still feel their responsibility and obligations to voice their concerns. Thank you.